tí tất cả time আছে அப்புறம் டெஸ்ட் அட்டன் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இப்போ நம்ம வந்துட்டு வேறு ஏதாச்சும் பார்ப்போம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் பார்த்தாச்சு. ஸோ அப்போ இந்த கிளாஸ் பார்த்துடலாம்.
Second roundtable conference we have mentioned that Swaraj has said that after the second roundtable conference, Gandhi returned back to that. Do you have an evening class also? Geography, economics, good. And tomorrow? कुछ भी नहीं है, ये कुछ नहीं है. ये पढ़ने का है तो I have asked पढ़ना है ना हमारे बच्चे में यही बात है. So I have asked कि एक वीडियो हो जाएगा, but लेकिन कल ही पूछा. If it is there, so then I'll ask. You will type in. So, okay. So let's come to next part. So we have mentioned that they resigned from the councils, and moreover that their works, which was mentioned there, the three fronts they gave very popular speeches, or these three fronts are constitutional development, leading to respect to civil liberty and development of indigenous industries. So Simon Commission its formation was announced, and originally what is the background of this commission? So in 1924 itself, there was one commission which was appointed in Britain. Name of the commission was Mulligan Commission. And this commission was appointed to review the provisions of the 1990 and make further recommendations that what must be the future constitutional discourse for India. So Mulligan Committee suggested the creation of the Indian Statutory Commission. Okay? So this is the committee which has suggested the creation of ISC Indian Statutory Commission, and this commission was headed by Simon, so it popularly came to be known as Simon's Commission. Moreover, the unique aspect of the commission that it was an all-white commission, not even single Indian, most moderate, most liberal, was thought to be a monetary commission which is going to decide the constitutional future of India. It was the insult to all the Indians, right? So to all the Indians, including those who are fighting with each other, who are avoiding with each other, so Muslim League, Hindu Mahasabha, so as Congress, so as all parties of India. So now, this is one of the rare occasions in the Indian history when all the parties are on the same page, right? And they all are ready to cooperate. So it is the liberal federation of the Tej Bahadur Sabru which actually proposed the idea, or sanctioned the idea, approved the idea of the Simon boycott. Moreover, it was supported by Hindu Mahasabha and so as the Muslim League. But Muslim League with thoda problem. What was the problem? That there was one faction which was led by Muhammad Shafi. He did not want to support Simon boycott, but Muhammad Ali Jinnah carried a majority in the support of the boycott. Then he was on the side of the boycott. Then the Congress, it is said that Congress was issueless by this point of time, but this infused a new life in the Congress movement, right? And it made it a popular movement. Right? So now the commission, so what was the modus operandi of this particular boycott? So modus operandi was that the commission will arrive and they will start visiting the different cities of India. So whenever they will go, they will protest, mass result, demonstration, and the black flag demonstration was important. On these flags, they will Simon go back. Right? So these were the slogan. Now, what was government response to it? So government response was the lathi charge. Right? So wherever the masses were protesting, so government was resorting to the lathi charge, and then many places people were thoroughly beaten. So in one such case, what has happened? It is in Govindwallabh Pant and Jawaharlal Nehru were thoroughly beaten. In fact, on the very first day when the movement had started, so Jawaharlal Nehru was thoroughly beaten, and he was obviously that he was seriously injured. So Govindwallabh Pant had taken Nehru to his home, and then he was cared over there. Then he gave a warning to Nehru that he must not be there in the protest. But then before he could see, Nehru was already gone to the movement, to the protest side, and second. So then he also rushed to the protest side, and then he saw that a policeman who was coming, that he was coming closer to Nehru and charging with a stick. He was about to hit on his neck. But then Pant came in the middle. He grabbed the Nehru and he got the blows on his neck. So his spine was seriously injured, permanently injured, and from this time onwards, Govind Vallabh was never able to see in the straight manner. His head was bent on one side, so that was not cured till the time of his death. So that's one thing. Then the worst incident of this particular Simon boycott, it happened in Lahore, where Lala Lajpat Rai was hit on chest in October, 31st of October, and then when he was attacked, then on 17th of November, he succumbed to the injuries. So this is the death of the Lala Lajpat Rai, which was revenged by the revolutionaries of the Lahore, Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev. So they killed one of the responsible officers, James Saunders. But originally the person who killed Lala Lajpat Rai, his name was James Scott. So James Scott didn't go again, but another officer, James Saunders, John Saunders, he got killed in this particular thing. So mentioned right. In 1924, paragraph 6 and it right. At this time,
British government appointed Alexander Madiman to suggest the constitutional services. The committee suggested the constitution in which suggested not to be headed by Simon. All India White Commission is not invincible to the more. Even the most moderate liberal was seen as an insult to the. Okay, at the time idea of boycott of the Simon Commission was promoted. The Liberal Federation of Tej Bahadur approved the boycott, which was supported by restrictive program in the Mahasabha, opposite commission, infection, justice party. Okay. The Indian Liberal Federation of Tej Bahadur. Liberal Federation Tej Bahadur Sapru approved the boycott, recommended boycott, supported by others. Okay, supported by other political parties. Okay, Muslim motivated on the question of boycott. Muhammad Shafi went against boycott. Muhammad Ali Jinnah went majority Congress made it popular movement. The form of boycott included mass hardals, protest processions, and black flag. Government responses lathi charge, development, Nehru was thoroughly beaten. Lahore, Lajawad, responsible of Saunders. அப்புறம் ரெவல்யூஷனரி ஃபேஸ் இதுக்கப்புறம் ரெவல்யூஷனரி ஃபேஸ் வருது. ஸோ இந்த கதை கேட்கறதுக்கு நல்லாயிருக்கும், கேட்போம்.
Avenged by, which was and the final culmination will be coming in 24. Then apart from it, what I said there, so basically creation of committee Motilal Nehru, which is known as Nehru Committee. Next was when Muhammad Ali Jinnah carried majority in the support of boycott. Hit on chest. Lala Lajpat Rai was usually nationalism thing. So since we have mentioned the political aspects there, so let's look at the developments which is going to happen between 26 to 34. So if we go back, so actually revolutionary activity started from 24 itself, and the final culmination will be happening in the 34. Then apart from it, what I said there, so Simon Commission has come, protest has started.
இங்கே செகண்ட் ஃபேஸ் ஆஃப் ரெவல்யூஷனரியே காணோம். International movement. Yearly face of revolutionaries. கதைப்படி முடிஞ்சது செக்ஷன் அப்லோடு. சரி ஓகே 1928 வரையும் கொடுத்துறாங்க. 1918 ஃபஸ்ட்டு கமிஷன் போட்டு independent master ஒரு பார்ட்டி கொடுக்கல, ரெவல்யூஷனரி செகண்ட் ஃபேஸே கொடுக்கல. சரி ஓகே பார்த்துக்கலாம். இதே அதுக்கு சமயம் இதை படிச்சுக்கலாம். பண்டி ஜீவன் இது ஓகே. இந்தியன் ஸ்டாச்சுட்டரி கமிஷன்ஸு பிரதிலதாவாதிதார் இது தெரியும். இப்போ என்னென்ன இருக்குது, சிட்டகாங் குரூப்பு, இந்த சென்ட்ரல் பஞ்சாப் நவஜன் சபா. ஸோ இப்போ இதை மட்டும் எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் போதும். ஸோ இப்போ இதெல்லாம் இது பண்ணிக்கலாம், ஆட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இப்போ இதை அதில் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
And a challenge would be thrown before the Congress members. Either the voice right from Mr. Party, Secretary of State Party, if they are not going to accept the recommendations of the Science Commission, so then they will have to frame their own constitution. Take it, let you guys frame your own constitution, but make sure that there must be consensus of all the committees. Then, so it will lead to the basically creation of a committee and the Motilal Nehru, which is known as Nehru Committee. Nehru report will be mentioned, and Nehru report after getting rejected. So then the Viceroy, not Viceroy, sorry, Secretary of State Party, if they are not going to accept the recommendations of the Science Commission, so then they will have to frame their own constitution. Take it, let you guys frame your own constitution, but make sure that there must be consensus of all the committees. Then, so it will lead to the basically creation of a committee and the Motilal Nehru, which is known as Nehru Committee. Nehru report we need to mention, and Nehru report after getting rejected. So then we need to go into the episode of the Purna Swaraj session of Lahore, and then initiation of the CDM. But let's start with the revolutionary nationalism phase 2. Look at the final calculation of it, and then we'll come back to the challenge which is posed to the Congress members. Okay. So I will go revolutionary nationalism phase 2. So phase 2. Right. So this is from 1924 to 34. And in this one subtitle you write Hindustan, Republican Army. Hindustan Republican Army.
Chittagong Army.
So Hindustan Republican Army was constituted by Rajbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal. So Rajbihari Bose, a famous revolutionary from Bengal, and Sachin Sanyal from Varanasi. Original lineage is they are also Bengali, but then way back they have settled in the Varanasi. And I think I mentioned about Sachin Sanyal's family. Okay? So his grandson is the economic advisor to the government right now, Sachin Sanyal. So now Hindustan Republican Army was constituted by Rajbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal. So Rajbihari Bose, a famous
சரி Hindustan Republican Army ஒன்று இருக்கிறதே கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறான். रामप्रसाद खान, सचिंद्र बंसी बख्शी, सचिंद्र संघल, जोगेंद्र चंद्र.
Revolutionary from Bengal and Sachin Sanyal from Varanasi. Original lineage is they are also Bengalis, but then way back they have settled in the Varanasi. And I think I mentioned about Sachin Sanyal's family. Okay? So his grandson is the economic advisor to the government right now, Sachin Sanyal. So now these two guys they have created this organization, and from this organization another person got his secret service, Mr. Azad. Now what is the official objective and the aim of this organization? To kill unpopular British officers and to raise the funds for pursuing the armed and refuse revolutionary activities against the British authority. Moreover, their agenda also included killing of the traitors and informers. But then, in very first incident that which they have performed to raise the funds, that was Kakori railway station cash loot. So Kakori is a place in Lucknow. A train, a British train was standing at that particular place, and moreover, the revolutionaries they have looted the cash from the train, but then they were arrested also. Okay, so they were arrested, and after it has led to the execution of the fourth revolution. These revolutionaries were, so there are three people whose names answer the R's, and they are Roshanlal, Rajendra Lagiri, and Ramshad Desai, and the last one was the Asaf Khan. So these four revolutionaries they were hanged, and then this organization is not allowed to function in the open. So what they did, that they created, they actually went ahead with the change of the name and the purpose also. So now this HRA will become HFR. Each name एक S आ जाएगा, and what that stands for? Socialist. So Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, Army ने हटा दिया Association, and this new name changing has happened under the guidance of Chandrasekhar Azad, who announced the formation of this party at Firoza Kotla ground in 1938. Then originally HRA was created in 1924. Right? So we will talk about Chandrasekhar Azad party, and the most important person associated with it was Bhagat Singh. So पहले देखो इसमें HRA. It was founded by two revolutionaries. Rajbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal. Rajbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal.
இங்கே கொடுத்துருக்காங்க 57, 58. ஓ, இது தனித்தனியாகவே கொடுத்துட்டாங்களா? இதுக்கு மாதிரி இதை பார்த்துக்க வேண்டியதுதான். இங்கே இருக்குது. ராம்பிரசாத் ஜோகேந்திரன் இங்கே கொடுத்துருக்கான்.
In 1924, the official objective of this organization,
BJS
was to kill unpopular British officers, informers and traitors. They wanted to raise funds. To continue. Arm the struggle against British authority. One of their first act was looting a train.
அடுத்து வந்துட்டு வேற என்னது? ராஜேந்திர லக்ரி. இதுக்கு என்ன அப்படி வச்சுக்கலாம்?
Stationed at Kakoi in Lucknow. Looting a train stationed at Kakoi in Lucknow.
சரி, இதுக்கு வந்துட்டு ஒரு கோடு நேம் வந்து வச்சுக்கலாம். ஆனால் அது வந்துட்டு ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக தான் இருக்கும். இவங்க என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்க? ராப் தான் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. திருட போகிறாங்க, ராபரி. ஸோ ROBAR ராபர் அப்படி ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கலாம். ராபர் அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்துட்டு என்னது? ராஜேந்திர லஹிரி, சரி ரோஷன் சிங்கு, அடுத்து வருது பிஸ்மில், அஸ்பகுல்லா, அப்புறம் இது இந்த 4 இது. ஸோ அதனால ராபர் தான் ஏன்னா ரோஷன் சிங்கும் நமக்கு மறந்துடும் உடனே. ராம் பிரசாத் பிஸ்மில் தெரியும், அஸ்ஃபகுல்லா தெரியும், ராஜேந்திர லஹரியும் வந்துடும், அதனால ராபர். ஸோ அது தெரியும், இது பிஜேஎஸ். ஓகே, அடுத்தது என்னது, ஹிந்துஸ்தான் சோஷியலிஸ்ட் ரிப்பப்ளிக்கன் அசோசியேஷன் ஆஃப்டர் த கோயின்ஸ்பிரசி. ஓகே, ஃபெரோசி கோட்லாவில் வந்துட்டு மீட்டிங் போடுறாங்க. அங்கே சந்திரசேகர் ஆசாத் வந்துட்டு ரிப்பப்ளிக்கன் அசோசியேஷனை வந்துட்டு HSRAங்கிறது வந்துட்டு மாற்றுறாரு. ஹூ வாஸ் ஆல்சோ பார்ட்டிசிபேட்டட் பை, இது வந்துட்டு யாரெல்லாம் இங்கே வந்துட்டு ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்கன்னா வந்துட்டு பகத்சிங்கு, சுக்குதேவ் தப்பர், அப்புறம் வந்துட்டு பகவதி சரண் ஓரா. இவர் தான் வந்துட்டு ஃபிலாசபி ஆஃப் பாம் புக் வந்துட்டு எழுதுறாரு. இது ஒரு UPSC கேட்டிருக்காங்க. வந்து விஜயகுமார் சின்ஹா, இவங்க அதிகமான அதெல்லாம் தேவையில்லை. சிவவர்மா இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தான். ஜெய்தேவ் காப்பூர் ஃப்ரம் யுனைடெட் ப்ரொவின்சஸ் டிசைட் டு ஒர்க் ஆன் கல்டிவேட்டர்ஷிப் அண்ட் சோஷியலிசம். சூப்பர். சான்ஸ் மர்டர் அப்படி நடந்துச்சுன்னு பார்ப்போமா. அக்கார்ட் ஃபாலோயிங் த டெத் ஆஃப் லாலா லஜபதி ராய் டியூ டு தி லத்திபூர் ஆஃப்டர் ஆன்டி-சைமன் கமிஷன். ஓகே, ஆன் அக்டோபர் 1928. ஓகே, பகத்சிங், சிவராம் ராஜகுரு, சந்திரசேகர் ஆசாத், ரெட்ரிபியூஷன். இங்கே வந்துட்டு இன்னொருத்தர் வருவார், சுக்குதேவும் வருவார். இவங்க இது பண்ணுவாங்க. அப்புறம் தனியாக இது வந்துட்டு சுக்குதேவம் இருப்பார். கரெக்டு, சுக்குதேவன் தான் இருப்பார். சாண்ட்ரஸ் வந்துட்டு கொல்றது ட்ரை பண்ணுவாங்க. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ராஜகுரு மிஸ்டர் பி சாண்ட்ரஸ். ஓகே, ராஜகுருவும் பகத்சிங். பி சாண்டர் இன்ஸ்டெட் ஆஃப் ஃபார் எஸ்பி இது Rajguru escape. He shot an Indian constable while aiding Bhagat Singh and Rajguru's escape. சுக்குதேவ் இதில் வரமாட்டார். ஆனால் வந்துட்டு இதில் வந்துட்டு சுக்குதேவும் வருவார். பட் இது இருக்குல்ல, லெஜிஸ்லேட்டிவ் அசம்பிளி, அந்த பாம் த்ரோயிங் கேஸில் வந்துட்டு புட்டகேஸ்வர் தட்டும் பகத்சிங்கும் 2 பேர் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ அடுத்து ஒன்று பாம்பிங் சென்ட்ரல் லெஜிஸ்லேட்டிவ் அசம்பிளி. ஓகே, இது வந்துட்டு எதுக்கு, அகெயின்ஸ்ட் தி பப்ளிக் சேஃப்டி பில் அண்ட் ட்ரேட் டிஸ்பியூட்ஸ் பில் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்டிங் சிவில் லிபர்ட்டிஸ். சரி, இதுக்காக தான் மெயினாக இது பண்ணாங்க. டெஃப் டு மேக் டெஃப் ஹியர், இதுதான் வந்துட்டு இதோட இது எய்மிங் வந்துட்டு, இதுதான் எய்மே அது. சரி, டு எய்மிங் டு மேக் டெஃப் ஹியர். ஸோ வந்துட்டு இந்த இதுக்காக வந்து இது பண்ணியிருப்பார். வேறு என்னது, HSRA லீடர்ஷிப், பகத்சிங் தான் சொன்னாங்க, பகத்சிங்கும் புட்டகேஸ்வர் தட்டும். Bhagat carried out the bombing. Purpose no to inflict damage to gain attention, but to gain attention to release the trial as a platform for spreading revolutionary ideas. Super. Not to inflict damage. இது ஞாபகம். Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru faced trial in Lahore conspiracy case along with many other revolutionaries. Protest in jail. While imprisoned, these revolutionaries protested against the deplorable conditions through fasting and demanded. ஆமாம், இதில் வந்துட்டு ஜஸ்டின் சொல்லிட்டு 63 நாள் வந்துட்டு ஃபாஸ்டிங் இருந்து செத்துருவார். 63rd டே வந்து செத்துருவார். பாவம். காங்கிரஸ் இன்வால்வ் ஆகி டிஃபென்ஸ் ரெவல்யூஷனரிஸ். காங்கிரஸ் வந்துட்டு இதுக்காக வந்துட்டு யங் ரெவல்யூஷனரிஸ் வந்துட்டு டிஃபென்ஸ் வந்து ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. மார்ச் 23, 1931, 2 நாளைக்கு முன்னாடி பர்த்டேக்கு பகத்சிங், சுக்குதேவ், ராஜ்குரு வந்து தூக்கு போட்டாங்க. அசோசினேஷன் ஆஃப் சாண்டர்ஸ்க்காக. இது வந்துட்டு ஷஹீத் திவாஸ்ன்னு நம்ம வந்துட்டு கொண்டாடுறோம், இல்லைனா மார்டியர்ஸ் டேன்னு சொல்லுவோம். அண்ட் சர்வோதயா டே. சூப்பர் வேறு லெவல். ஷஹீத் திவாஸ், தியாகிகள். அடுத்து வந்துட்டு ஸ்பிரிட் எக்ஸிபிஷன். பகத்சிங், சுக்குதேவ் அண்ட் ராஜ்குரு வெண்ட் டு கேலோஸ் ஆஃப் சாண்டிங் ஸ்லோகன்ஸ் லைக் இன்குலாப் ஜிந்தாபாத். ஆனால் இது வந்துட்டு வேற ஒரு மௌலானா முகமது அலியோ சம்திங் இன்குலாப் ஜிந்தாபாத் வந்துட்டு வேற யாராவது வந்து பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. ஒரு நிமிஷம், அது யார் நம்ம பார்த்துக்கலாம். இன்குலாப் ஜிந்தாபாத் மௌலானா ஹசரத் மோஹானி, இவர் தான் வந்து இது பண்ணியிருப்பார். கரெக்டு. ஆசாத் வந்துட்டு ப்ளோ அப் எர்வின்ஸ் ட்ரெயின் நியர் டெல்லி இன் டிசம்பர் 1999. ஆசாத் அரேஞ்ச்ட் a meeting with fellow revolutionaries at Alfred Park, Pandind Park in Allahabad. Betrayed by the British police officer, Azad put up a brave fight which was அவனே அவளை செத்து போயிட்டாரு. வேற லெவல் கெத்துடா. not being kept alive. His cold pistol is displayed in Allahabad Museum. சூப்பர். ஸோ இதுதான் வந்துட்டு இது நம்ம வந்துட்டு படிச்சிட்டோம். இது வந்துட்டு எங்கே, இது வந்துட்டு பஞ்சாப், யூபி, பீகார். ஸோ இதில் என்னென்னு நமக்கு தலைமை தெரிச்சு. ஸோ அடுத்து வந்துட்டு பெங்கால் போயிடலாம். அது முன்னாடி நம்ம ஸ்டோரி கேட்டலாம்.
Was one of the revolutionary nationalists of the time, was very close friend of the Lala Lajpat Rai. The official objective was to stop the practice of killing unpopular British officers and perpetrators, and moreover their official objective became the establishment of socialism in India. Socialism in India. So it's said and done, but then actually they did not completely have the practice of the killing unpopular officers. They have taken some exceptions. So one of the exceptions was the killing of the Lala Lajpat Rai. They wanted to take revenge. So it was an insult. It was said by all these revolutionaries that it is an insult to such a big leader of India that he has been killed by a petty police officer. So that's how Bhagat Singh Rajguru and Sukhdev has decided to take the revenge. But then the most important personality in this series is Bhagat Singh. Okay? So in this organization, Bhagat Singh was the heart and soul of the organization. Who was Bhagat Singh? Bhagat Singh was born in 1907 at Lahore. He belonged to the family of Ajit Singh. Ajit Singh was one of the revolutionary nationalists of the time, who was very close friend of the Lala Lajpat Rai. Moreover, that it is the family which has suffered some losses in the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. So their relatives, their friends and family were killed in the Jallianwala Bagh. So that is the incident which molded the life of the Bhagat Singh towards the nationalism. Right from childhood, he was nationalistic, and it is said that whatever be his age, he was very advanced according to his age, because he was very well read, voracious leader, and very much influenced with the leftist thought. So he was well versed with the books of the Karl Marx and then so many of the leftist people or leftist thinkers of the time. So he was influenced with, but then most influenced with the Karl Marx and also his concept of the class of struggle. Then moreover, Bhagat Singh, as far as his ideology is concerned, so he never believed in that singular heroics, that one person can do anything. He always believed that anything which could be that which can happen for the good of India, that will happen through the mass movement. So he had a lot of belief in the mass movement. Then apart from that, Bhagat Singh was not a believer of the religion, and he always said, I hope many of you must have heard Karl Marx used to say that religion is the opium of the masses. So he was very much influenced with this particular quotation of the Karl Marx, that religion is the opium of the masses. And then he did not practice religion. In fact, during one of his jail term, he has authored a book, Why I Am an Atheist. Why I Am an Atheist, in which he has mentioned that in the present times, the religion has always been used for the polarization, not for the constructive work. So that's something. Then apart from it, he was a keen follower of Lala Lajpat Rai. He considered Lala Lajpat Rai as his leader, but then came a time when Lala Lajpat Rai, it was very close to 1926-27 when Lala Lajpat Rai also started to talk about Hindu interest. So he got offended with Lala Lajpat Rai's changed approach, that he's talking about that Hindus are getting reduced or Hindus are getting being given the secondary position in their own country. So now then he was offended, and with all his colleagues he has pasted posters in the Lahore city, whereby he has mentioned that this is how an angel falls to a populist demand. So he criticized him. Now another thing you need to note down, that एक तरफ तो criticize किया, but दूसरी तरफ respect कम नहीं हुआ. ठीक है? Why so? Because he was inspiration. He was one of the initial leaders of Punjab. If in Punjab nationalism has to grow, and if it has grown, it was all because of the Lala Lajpat Rai. And everybody life goes through some sort of phases. So now what happened when the killing has happened? So it was a great loss for the Bhagat Singh also, and that's how they have decided to take the revenge. So that's they have done. Apart from it, Bhagat Singh was also involved in many of the revolutionary activity. One of the revolutionary activity was throwing the bomb in the Central Assembly with one of his colleagues, Bhattacharya. So now understand that what was the intention of throwing the bomb in the assembly. This was not a bomb in true sense, but it was a low intensity bomb. It is just like the today fireworks, which happens in Diwali. So Patake ho gaye, bombs ho gaye, Diwali wala. So he wanted to, he threw it at nobody died, but then they quoted their arrest also. They did not escape from that place. So their idea was that if they will be throwing the bomb, then so they will be arrested, and then they will get wider masses because they will do everything, they will be publicized, they have done. So their ideology will be reaching to the wider masses. And then they have mentioned, Hindi में लिखा था that बहरों को जगाने के लिए था, ठीक है? So this bomb attack was made to de-lessen the sound. So this is what they said. Moreover, later on the instance of the Chandrasekhar Azad, there was one person whose name was Sarvati Charan Vora, and he had written a book which is known as Philosophy of the Bomb. And in this particular book, he has mentioned about the invention of this particular bomb incident. एक बार लिखो. So mention under the guidance of Chandrasekhar.
இப்போ மற்றது வந்து படிச்சிருவோம், அதுக்கப்புறம் ஸ்டோரி கேட்போம். ஸோ இதில் வந்துட்டு பகத்சிங்கை பற்றி எக்ஸ்ட்ரா பாயிண்ட்ஸ் போட்டு ஆட் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஓகே, பகத்சிங் இதில் பகத்சிங்னு டைப் பண்ண வருதுன்னு பார்ப்போம். இப்போ 78 இந்த பேஜில் தான் இருக்குது, 78 பேஜில் இருக்குது. ஓஹோ, ஓகே போதும். சரி, நம்ம இங்கேயே பகத்சிங்கை பற்றி எழுதிடுவோம். தெரியாத பாயிண்ட் மட்டும் அடிக்கும். இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ்டு பை கால் மார்க்ஸ். வேற என்ன? why I am an atheist? Religion as a dividing factor. Religion spelling correct. As a dividing factor. Equal to why I am an atheist. ஓகே, ஃபிலாசபி அவ்வளோதான். ஓகே, அடுத்தது நம்ம படிக்க ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். பெங்கால் என்ன நடந்துச்சு? ஓகே, பெங்கால் காங்கிரஸ் வந்து ரெண்டாக பிரிஞ்சிருச்சாம. யார்? சிஆர் தாஸ் டெத்துக்கு அப்புறம் பெங்கால் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஸ்பிளிட் இன்டு 2. ஜேம்ஸ் குப்தா, ஓகே, இவர் வந்துட்டு யார் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறா? அனுஷீலன் சமிதி வந்துட்டு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க. சுபாஷ் சந்திர போஸ் பேக்டு பை யுகந்தர் குரூப். ஆனால் நமக்கு தான் தெரியும் யுகந்தர் அனுஷீலன்லேருந்து வந்த ஒரு ஃபேக்ஷன் தான்ட்டு. கோபிநாத் சாஹா மேட் an attempt to see life for infamous police official Charles Taggart. United with this action, the government hanging out witness and arrest of many including both Gopinath Saha, Charles Taggart, Commissioner, Police Commissioner. Okay, hanging out Gopinath Saha and arrest of both. இது நடந்துருக்கு. அடுத்த சிட்டகாங் குரூப் வந்து பார்த்துடலாமா? The most infamous and renowned among the revolt groups was the Chittagong group led by Surya Sen. Object of the armed rebellion, Surya Sen along with his associate Anand Singh, Ganesh Ghosh and Lokinath Baul into joining British that way orchestrating an armed rebellion. Seizing 2 armories, Chittagong. Sama to obtain arms for revolutionists, disrupting communication lines. Okay, disrupting communication. Okay, destroying telephone and telegraph lines, cutting off Chittagong railway with Bengal. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் தான் மெயினான அந்த இது Chittagong army raid April 1930, executed by 65 activists under the Indian Republican Army. ஓகே, இந்தியன் ரிப்பப்ளிக் ஆர்மி அப்படிங்கிறது வந்துட்டு நம்ம மேலே பார்த்தது வேறு. இந்தியன் ரிப்பப்ளிகன் அசோசியேஷனுங்கிறது வேறு. அது வந்துட்டு யார்? பிஜேஎஸ் வந்து பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வந்துட்டு அதுதான் வந்துட்டு கக்கோரி ராபரி கேஸ் பண்ணியிருப்போம். அப்போ வந்துட்டு ரோபர் அப்படின்னு படித்தவங்க, சரியா? இவங்கெல்லாம் அசோசியேட் ஆகிருப்பாங்க. ஸோ இதை நம்ம மறக்கக்கூடாது. இது வந்துட்டு வேறு. இது வந்துட்டு இது ஆர்மி. சிட்டகாங் பேனர், சிட்டகாங் பிரான்ச் பேனர். த ரைட் ப்ரூவ்டு சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல். ரைடு ஏதோ சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல் தான். Sen hoisted the national flag, proclaimed a provisional revolutionary government, and later dispersed into nearby village targeting government establishment. After a month, uncensored. Despite the raid success, Sen was arrested in February and subsequently hanged in 1934. However, Chittagong raid captured the imagination of revolutionary minded youth, attracting a continuous stream of revolutionary groups, participation of women. They engaged in various activities such as providing shelter, carrying message, and actively participating in armed struggles. பிரதிலாதா வாதிதார் ரைடு அப்போ தான் செத்து போயிட்டாங்க. கல்பனா டட் தெரியும், கல்பனா டட் அவங்களுக்கு லைஃப் சென்டென்ஸ் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க பொண்ணுங்க. சாந்தி கோஷ் அண்ட் சுமித் சாந்தி சந்தேரி. ஓகே, சுனிதி சந்தேரி ஸ்கூல்களை பூமியில். ஆமாம், சாந்தி கோஷும் சுனிதா சாந்தி கோஷ் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் மேஜிஸ்ட்ரேட். பீனாதாஸ் தான் வந்து இது பாயிண்ட் பிளாங்க்ல கவர்னர் வந்து சுற்றுவார் கன்வகேஷன் அப்போ. செம பீனாதாஸ். school will self-commit. அதாவது சாந்தி கோஷம் சுனிதி அப்படின்னு பேர் Pinas, okay. Propaganda. The moment retained the conservative governments failed to formulate broader socio-economic goals and did not actively support the cause of Muslim peasantry. Okay. Did not actively support the cause of Muslim peasantry against the Jamindars. Okay. இதுதான் மெயினான ஒரு விஷயம். Government reaction என்னது? Several represent 20 repressive acts and additionally the police force controlled money of religious institutions arrest of government leaders near facilitation இவர் என்ன பண்ணாரு? ஓகே, இவ்வளோ தான் கதை முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. ஸோ இதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன இருக்குது? சைமன் கமிஷனும் நேரு ரிப்போர்ட்டு இப்போ நம்ம படிச்சிடலாம், இதிலேயே பார்த்துக்கலாம். சரியா? இது என்ன டேட்டில் ரிவைஸ் எடிஷனில் பார்த்துக்கலாம். கடைசியாக கம்மின் பண்ணிக்கலாம். கம்மிட்டு முஸ்லீம் அண்ட் ஹிந்து ரெஸ்பான்சஸ். ஓகே. ரிஜெக்ஷன் ஆஃப் நேரு ரிப்போர்ட்டு, சிவில் டிசபிடியன்ஸு, எந்தெந்த ஊரில் என்ன நடந்துச்சுன்னு தெளிவாக படிச்சிருவோம். சிடிஎம் படிச்சிடலாம். ரவுண்ட் டேபிள் கான்ஃபரன்ஸஸ், போஸ்ட் சிடிஎம் என்ன நடந்துச்சுன்னு பார்க்கணும். யூசப் மதவேலி, இதில் இருந்தால் படிக்கணும். வரதா மீட்டிங்கு, இந்தியா திசைலியா கட்பேக்டு, பெர்லின் ட்ரேட், போஸ்ட் வார் எனி ட்ரெயின்ஸ். ஓகே. இண்டிபெண்டன்ஸ் வித் பார்ட்டிஷன். ஓகே. ஓ, இது எல்லாத்தையும் ஒன்றா இங்கே கொடுத்துட்டானுங்களா? இங்கே தான் இருக்குது சிவில் சர்வீசஸ்ஸு. இதெல்லாம் படிச்சாச்சு. இதெல்லாம் படிச்சிட்டோம் நம்ம. லேபர் லிஸ்ட்னு பார்க்கணும். இந்தியன் ப்ளஸ் படிக்கணும். இதெல்லாம் வேண்டாம். ஓகே.
Sorry, was changed to SSR. मतलब अभी नहीं हम किसी बात में हो जाए. Who look at the definition of these things? Everything. So that is not pure communism. In pure communism, So that's one thing. What happens? So under these schemes, the profits are redistributed. 8 of them incorporated into policy set. That's the welfare state. Okay. Socialism and communism. Where the second one, what you said? First part was right. Okay. Second part, गलत नहीं है, but उसको separate करो. Something you're mixing from the socialism to communism. Okay. First part, what you said, once again, repeat. Okay. So in socialism, what you're saying that it is based on the concept where there must be equal distribution of the wealth and the resources of the masses. Okay. So it's the profit. So it's socialism. And who does this? Government. Okay. So that's the welfare state. Okay. Communism में भी welfare state होगा. Okay. So that's the welfare state. So can we say that India is a socialist country? Are we? Yes or no? एक mix को जवाब नहीं होता है. India is a socialist country. ठीक है? See, mix बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. ठीक है? On the basis of you cannot say कि mix wording would be wrong. India is a socialist country. So now I'm asking you, can you give me the socialist measures of the government? Reservation. Is it a socialist measure? Policies and the programs of the government. ठीक है? Different schemes and welfare schemes of the government. सबसे अच्छा ये था कि different welfare schemes of the government. उसका नाम गिना लो. ठीक है? चाहे वो आजादी के टाइम से और यहाँ तक. So what all schemes can go under this? Some of the oldest schemes which you can incorporate into it. PDS. ठीक है? ICDS. Mid-day meal. Then मनरेगा. Then will be there obviously. Then PM आवास योजना. ठीक है? कृषि कल्याण योजना. Then हाँ गरीब कल्याण योजना. Everything comes under it. National rural health mission. ठीक है? National health mission. Urban health mission. ठीक है? So all the welfare schemes of the government will come under this. And what happens? So under these schemes, the profits are redistributed. एक होता है कि कुछ benefits पहुंचाया जाता है लोगों तक. So for example, that those people, those old ladies, widows, they are getting वृद्धा पेंशन योजना. ठीक है? पैसा कहीं नहीं कुछ काम कर रहे हैं, but then government is giving them back. Then so this is the welfare scheme. ठीक है? But then the welfare orientation of the government of India is not very high. The proportions are not very high. Why so? पैसा ही नहीं होता. कि suppose Norway or see the welfare as far as the welfare state is concerned, the most comfortable welfare zone in the world is Norway. ठीक है? Scandinavian country. And in Scandinavian country, you just become a citizen of the country. She will take care of you. ठीक है? Basically everything, study, everything is sent it back to you. Right? So that's why in Norway there are rules which are very tough. So that's one thing. Now what is communism? Owned by the state. China definition there. We are not asking the Chinese communist definition. Hardcore. And you are saying something? Absence of the private property. ठीक है? आगे. Who will be owning? नहीं ठीक है. तुमने पढ़ा है, बस ये है कि तुमने उसको अब awareness से पढ़ो, ठीक है? And what is it? It is then owned by the society itself. So what is society? ठीक है? So all the means of the production, ठीक है? The reproduction resources are owned by the society, and it is the society which decides that how it will be distributed. So it is stateless state, ठीक है? So government नहीं होती है communism में. See, generally what happens, हम mix up हो जाते हैं क्यों? China को देख के, Russia को देख के. Because China is a communist country and Russia is a communist country, and then we say a head of state who is doing everything. So that is not pure communism. In pure communism there would be no state, and no involvement of the state. And the moderate communism is socialism. ठीक है? So as you said, it's hardcore, but word definition सही है. Hardcore word use करके aggressive version of the socialism is the communism. ठीक है? In which the equitable distribution of resources will happen, but not by the state, but it will be done by the societies themselves. ठीक है? So societies themselves, and that will be the better distribution of resources, because the state will have many subjects. ठीक है? So many subjects, so there would not be a direct control, direct assessment, direct service, and then direct service not happening, so state does not have the full proof data, but then societies have all the knowledge. Right? So this is what is the communism. What we see in the world today is the communist model with the socialistic government. Okay? So basically, Russia and China is the communist model with the socialistic government. Right? So they are the head of state. So in pure terminology, no country in the world follows communism 100%. ठीक है? कुछ थोड़ा बहुत दिमाग में आया? So I would always suggest this thing that this you must do at your own कि हर चीज को पहले separate देखो. Okay? जैसे मान लो communism socialism है तो separately और सबसे अच्छा तरीका होता है किसी भी definition को find करने का institutionally. I mean, this is the best thing to do because you know that where we mess up when we start reading so much about the one thing and it gives us some confusion. Okay? So the best way is to look at the definition of these things. Anything that you come across, look at the Oxford Old Dictionary, take Oxford Advanced World Dictionary, and then accordingly you will further add on the things into it from the other area. Then so always start with that. So yeah, in fact, एक और मैंने सेशन दे रहा हूँ, तुमको मैं इसके टाइम पे रखना. That particularly you must come across many such words exam that is critically analyze, comment. इसमें इसका भी बहुत अच्छा definition is given in the Oxford Advanced Standard. Then why I'm saying Oxford Advanced Standard because it is worldwide accepted, so there could be not any better definition than that. Then obviously there are teachers and there are people who will be minded, but कुछ लोग कुछ ज़्यादा ही पढ़ते हैं तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही बता देते हैं, जो कि advanced learner इसलिए नहीं है उनके बाद में हो जाता है. So you have to be going with the common method, which is widely accepted. So ये exercise अपने पे लेना नहीं है. ठीक है? So let's come back to this part. So what do you write? Establishment of socialism in India. ठीक है? Then you write. Other thing as a title. मुझे कॉम करें डिस्कशन कर लिया तो अपने पे कर लेना सकते हैं समझना जरूरी है ठीक है सो लिखो मेंशन he was born in Lahore in 1907 or in Lahore in 1907 in the family of a nationalist and family of the nationalist then he died and while he was observing the past they were demanding the political बच के आना मुश्किल है ठीक है so they have made their own scheme of the prisoners women revolutionaries who became very successful
Bengal
and Sukhdev. One is Punjab and Bengal is also there. So let's go to the revolutionary people from the Bengal. Okay? So mission. Let's come to Bengal area. So now in Bengal, there's one organization which we're talking about, which we'll talk in the end. But before that, so Gopinath Saha tried to kill the hated police commissioner of Calcutta, but then he was unsuccessful and he was arrested and he was overpowered. So that is the first incident. In Bengal, as we can see, that men revolutionaries were not very successful, but then there were some women revolutionaries who became very successful. So we'll talk about this. But before that, there is one very famous episode from the Bengal revolutionary. That is the Binoy Badal Dinesh martyrdom. So have you heard about it? So Binoy Badal Dinesh martyrdom. एक कहानी सुनो. ठीक है, what is there? So it is somewhere around 1930. These three young women, they all were belonging to the old party Jugantar, under Sweden committee. And in fact, many times they have been secretly supported by Subhash Chandra Bose also. Right? So their names were like Binoy Krishna Basu, Badal Gupta and Dinesh Gupta. Right? So Badal Gupta and Dinesh Gupta. Now out of it, so what's happened? In Kolkata, there is a very famous building which is known as the Writers Building. Okay? And those who have been to Kolkata, they must have seen. So that was the police headquarters of the Calcutta. Okay? And in police headquarters, there was some dreaded officer. His name was very brutal. Okay? And he didn't want to stand these but then in which there are left nouns for these kind of executives for these kind of people. Then so he was very extreme, very brutal, and at the same point of time, he was not a human being. He was a devil. And his name was Anna Simpson. So Anna Simpson was the head of the guard of the prisons. Okay? And then in his supervisor said that many of the prisoners they were killed inside the prison itself. Okay? And he also used to come with the story that the prisoners were fighting and they themselves killed each other. Okay? So on his head there was death of more than 500 prisoners. Okay? So everyone wanted to kill him in a brutal way. And this is the time when these three revolutionaries have entered into the writers' building. Okay? They had a very very executed plan, and moreover they have also prepared their death also because they knew that it is a police headquarters. But okay? So they have made their own scheme of death also, but not with the bullets of the enemy. Okay? But their own. So they have gone into the gallows of the writers' building, entered into the room of Anna Simpson, and all of them. Okay? They fired on him. So soon this firing it has reached open, and there are many people in the camp of the Simpson. Then so now they were surrounded by the police officers from all the ends, and then counter firing has also started. But then when they all were surrounded, so two of them, okay, out of which so Binoy Krishna Basu and Dinesh Gupta, okay, they shot themselves in their head, okay, with their own guns. And the other guy, Badal Gupta, he took potassium cyanide. It's the first time in chemistry that I think only in chemistry that we are about potassium cyanide for the first. So, but then in reality, I also came across this first instance. So he immediately died. Binoy Krishna Basu, his death also happened immediately. Badal Gupta was still alive. He was put into the hospital, but then after 6 7 days, his death also happened. So in the memory of these three revolutionaries in Bengal, there is a chalk which is named after them. And the chalk is first instance. So he immediately died. Binoy Krishna Basu, his death also happened immediately. Badal Gupta was still alive. He was put into the hospital, but then after 6 7 days, his death also happened. So in the memory of these three revolutionaries in Bengal, there is a chalk which is named after them. And the chalk is known as DVD chalk. Okay? People of today they consider it Lucknow ka Bahubanasi Das chalk. Okay? So Bahubanasi Das chalk is also there. There is also called a DVD chalk in Lucknow, but then there is a different DVD. Okay? So let's go mention karo. So Gopinath Saha, right? Gopinath Saha. Gopinath Saha attempted to kill the hated police commissioner of Calcutta. Hated police commissioner of Calcutta, but due to miscalculation, he killed someone else. Miscalculation, he killed someone else.
Super.
After it, he was overpowered and executed. He was overpowered and executed. Okay? That means overpowered and executed. First off, number 2, you write. Three revolutionaries. Binoy Krishna Basu, Badal Gupta, and Dinesh Gupta. Dinesh Gupta. The hated police officer, Anna Simpson. The hated police officer, Anna Simpson. Inside the writers' building in Calcutta. Binoy and Dinesh shot themselves dead. Binoy and Dinesh shot themselves. हाँ तो लिखने वाला राइटर्स है ठीक है जो न्यूज़पेपर वाला है दैट इज रिटर्स ठीक है वो अलग है ये राइटर्स है ठीक है सो Dinesh shot themselves dead when they were surrounded by police officers. When they were surrounded by police officers, on the other hand, Badal Gupta took potassium cyanide.
Krishna Basu, Badal Gupta, BBD சொன்னாங்க Dinesh Gupta, BBD.
So the question is clear. So women revolutionary part have this. So Komina is one of the districts in the Bangladesh right now. So this district of Komina was Charles Dickens. He was a very lustful and a serious guy, and he was notorious for sexually exploiting women. Okay? And moreover, he has a tendency not to spare the good-looking women in that area. Okay? So now he is already living in a different zone. Now what happened? There were two young girls. Their names were Santi Ghosh and Suniti Chaudhary. Okay? These two young girls, their ages were hardly 14 and 15 years. In early December, they landed in the office of the Charles Dickens. And when this news was broken to Charles Dickens, the two young girls, they are at your office, so he was happy to meet the girls. And immediately he got the girls to the chamber. And then these girls, what they did, like one of the girls, and she presented some gifts to him. And then he said, we heard that in December on the Christmas you are going to England to celebrate the festivity. We felt bad about it because we thought that this year you would be celebrating this with us. So anyway, we are going home, so we won't spend there for this sweet memories with you. So we did some handmade chocolates and candies and lollipops to you, so please carry it with you. Now one of the girls presented the gift, and he opened, and he took one of the lollipops, and then while eating, that while having savoring that particular lollipop, he said that they are highly delicious. Immediately the other girl who was wearing a shawl, she removed her shawl, raised the gun, and on his head, how about this? Done. So girls were very good, they killed him. The other said they not executed. So they were put into the jail, then for some years, for 5-6 years, they languished in the jail, but later on they were released. And after India, the independent peoples have become the member of the Communist Party of India. So in fact, one of them, she got married to the Chittaranjan Das, other Chittaranjan Das, not the Sierra Solman, who was one of the renowned professors of Calcutta University. So that's one part. So the girl was successful, there was another girl. So he removed her sword, raised the gun, and on his head, how about this? Done. So girls were very good in it, they killed him. They were arrested, but they were not executed. So they were put into the jail. Then for some years, for 5-6 years, they languished in the jail, but later on they were released. And after India, the independent peoples have become the member of the Communist Party of India. So in fact, one of them, she got married to the Chittaranjan Das, another Chittaranjan Das, not the Sierra Solman, who was one of the renowned professors of Calcutta University. So there was one part. So this girl was successful. There was another girl, her name was Pina Das. And Pina Das, so she was moved by this story, and she wanted to do something better, something better. So her target was a little harder, and that was the lieutenant governor of the Bengal himself. So lieutenant governor of Bengal was Stanley Jackson. Now it was a convocation ceremony in which, obviously, the people received their degrees. So while receiving her degree, she made 5 fire swords on the Stanley Jackson. But Stanley Jackson, at the point of time, God saved him, that he got injuries, but then he did not hit any of the vital organs, and then he survived. So Pina Das was also arrested, not executed. So these 20 deaths, at least they came closer to the victim, and they have hurt the victim. So that is there. And then the last organization from the Bengal or from the second phase was the Indian Republican Army or Chittagam Group.
Stanley Jackson தான் வந்துட்டு லெஃப்டினன்ட் கவர்னர். அங்கே வந்து சார்லஸ் ஸ்டீவன்ஸ். யார் சார்லஸ் ஸ்டீவன்ஸ்? இவர் யாரு? Stanley Jackson. Super.
Of the master Surya Singh. So Chittagam group was exactly similar to Vijay. So exactly similar to Vijay. They also wanted to kill unpopular British officers, then informers, traitors, and they also wanted to loot weapons. Rather than looting cash, they wanted to loot weapons itself. And weapons. So as far as the weapons are concerned, so they have looted the weapons from one such particular area in Chittagam, and moreover, they found that though they have looted the high-class weapons, but then there is no such bullet in it. The magazines are not there. So now they left that particular entire weapon lot, and now once again they started searching for those armories where both the things are there. यही वो टाइम था जहाँ पे ब्रिटिश को पता चला. They got to know that they are in search of it, and when they went to the second armory, so already the British were present. At this point of time, two young girls were supporting Master Surya Singh. Their names were Preeti Lata and Kalpana Datta Joshi. So Preeti was killed during the raid, and Kalpana Datta Joshi and Master Surya Singh escaped. But later on, Master Surya Singh continued his activities from the different parts of the country. But then in 1933, he was arrested for some of the informers. Gave his whereabouts to British authority, and on 12th of January 1934, he was also executed. With the so mentioned right. So what is evidence? So start with the girls. Then in Komina district of Bengal, in Komina, C-O-M-I-L-L-A district of Bengal, two young girls, Shanti Ghosh and Suniti Chaudhary, killed the notorious district magistrate, 1916. Okay? So 1916. Moreover, it said, so the electorate visit here, there must be some accommodations to it. Each committee was constituted by the August. So Birkin he received as but in 19 different areas in Bengal, but in 1933 so this is about the second phase of the revolutionary nationalism. Now we'll be getting back to the Nehru report part. So just understand, Simon Commission has arrived, and then the protest and march is happening against the Simon Commission. So then at this point of time, government has thrown a challenge, then and thrown by the Birkin Heat. So Birkin Heat gives a challenge before Indians to come up with their own constitutional scheme, but make sure there must be consensus of all the communities. The terms and condition of life is something which British knew perfectly. Why so? Because they knew that there would never be a consensus between Muslim League and Indian National Congress, and the constitutional scheme will never work. So anyway, the challenge was accepted by the Indian leadership. Motilal Nehru committee was created, and then in 6 months, in February 1928, the committee was constituted. By August, they have come with the report. So what was there in the report? The very first thing, dominion status for India. So dominion status for India. Now for the very first time we are talking about this word dominion status. What do we mean by it? Dominion status. बताओ. Very good. So Indians would be given autonomy in the legislative function, but then India would always always remain a colony, will always remain under the British monarchy. So just like in Britain, they do have the parliament, but the head of the state, symbolic, and it's the monarchy. So same would be there applicable to India. Now what's happened? So Dominion status for the India. Then it rejected the separate electorate. So it rejected the separate electorate for the Muslim market. Now understand that it is difficult. Earlier the same Congress has accepted, but now they are rejecting the separate electorate. When they have accepted 1916, so 1916. Whatever it said, so the separate electorate very clear. There must be some information. So it said that seats would be reserved for the Muslim masses where they are in minority, not in the numerical majority. ठीक है? So this is what they have said. And this is what is the concept of reservation. कि जहाँ पे भी minority है तो वहाँ पे reservation कुछ minority के लिए होता है. ठीक है? So this is what he said. Then it also proposed equal rights for the women and responsible governments in the center and the provinces. ठीक है? So and another observation of the Nehru report was the state must disassociate itself from religion in any form. अब इसमें मुद्दा क्या है? So who all will be opposing it? So son of the Jawaharlal Nehru, son of Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, earlier in one of the all India session of the Congress, he had declared that Purna Swaraj must be goal of India. What is that? Purna Swaraj? Complete independence, no monarchy, no British influence. Now he was offended with the wordings of the Dominion status. Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru, Satyamurthy, they were offended by it. And in protest of the Dominion status declaration, declared that Purna Swaraj must be goal of India. What is that? Purna Swaraj? Complete independence, no monarchy. So who all will be opposing it? So son of the Jawaharlal Nehru, son of Jawaharlal Nehru, earlier in one of the all India session of the Congress, he had declared that Purna Swaraj must be goal of India. What is that? Purna Swaraj? Complete independence, no monarchy, no British influence. Now he was offended with the wordings of the Dominion status. Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru, Satyamurthy, they were offended by it. And in protest of the Dominion status declaration of the Nehru report, they created India Independence League. So it's not a separate party; it's a league within Congress whereby they are promoting the Purna Swaraj. Then apart from it, the word is that state must disassociate itself from the religion. So it was not like very Hindu Mahasabha. Obviously, they will not be accepting it. Then so they rejected it. On the other hand, the separate electorate rejection was further rejected by the Sikh community, Anglo-Indian community, and so as the Muslim community. So actually, there were very less takers of this particular Nehru report, and this was already known to the British authority. यही होगा. So anyway, this is so after this incident, what has happened? So when the Nehru committee and Congress members have seen that they are not able to convince each other. So then the people who crafted the report, they maintained that if the government is not giving Dominion status within 1 year, so then we will aim for the Purna Swaraj. So एक साल time wait के देखो. This is what they said. So that's how from 1928 to 1929 they will be waiting. But in the Lahore session, when it is not happening, so Jawaharlal Nehru, who is the president, he will declare the Purna Swaraj. Take a resolution. So let's write. इसमें title you write Nehru Committee and its report. Nehru Committee and its report.
ஸோ இது நம்மளே ஈஸியாக படிச்சிடலாம், ஒன்றும் தேவையில்லை. ஸோ நேரு கேட்பார், ஆமாம் ஒரு வருஷம் வெயிட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நேரு இந்த ஃபேக்ஷன் வந்துட்டு ஜவஹர்லால் நேரு சொல்லும்போது காந்தி வந்துட்டு சரி வெயிட் பண்ணுறோம், ஒரு வருஷம் வேணால் இன்னொரு கொஞ்சம் டைம் கொடுப்போம், 2 வருஷம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அதனால தான் வந்துட்டு இது பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஸோ இதில் என்ன கதைங்கிறத பார்த்துருவோமா? சரி, சைமன் கமிஷன் இப்படி படிக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு ஓகே. அங்கே இருக்கிறத விட்டுருவோம், நம்ம இங்கே படிச்சுப்போம். ஏன்னா இதில் நம்ம சைமன் கமிஷன் வச்சுருக்கோம். அப்போ இந்த மேகசின் இந்த இதுலேருந்து சைமன் கமிஷன்லேருந்து மட்டும் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவோம். அது படித்த வார்த்தை கிடையாது. நம்ம இன்னும் படிக்கவே ஆரம்பிக்கல. சைமன்லாம் கரெக்டு தான். மடிமன் கமிஷன் போடுவாங்க, அதுதான் சைமன் கமிஷன் ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு சொல்லியிருக்கோம். ஸோ அது வரையும் நம்ம படிச்சிருக்கோம். அதுதான் இந்தியன் ஸ்டாச்சுட்டரி கமிஷன் ஹெட்டட் பை சைமன் சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. அந்த இந்தியன் ஸ்டாச்சுட்டரி ஹெட்டட் பை சைமன் தான் வந்துட்டு இந்த இது. நவம்பர் 1927 நல்லா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும். கமிஷன் ரிப்போர்ட்டு தான் வந்துட்டு 1930 வந்திருக்கும். பட் ஆரம்பித்தது வந்துட்டு நவம்பர் 8, 1927 ஆரம்பிச்சிருப்பாங்க. யார்? ஜார்ஜ் சைமன். 7 மெம்பர் இருப்பாங்க. எத்தனை இண்டியன்ஸு? ஒரு இண்டியன் கூட கிடையாது. ஜாயின்ட்லி சேர்டு பை சைமன் அண்டு அட்லி. கிளமெண்ட் அட்லி தெரியும். டைம் முடிச்சிருச்சு.
போது நிறுத்து பரேஷ்.
தாம்பரம் ஏர்போர்ட் ரன்வே 15 அங்க லேண்ட் பண்றா. அது வரைக்கும் ரிசீவ் ஆகல. நான் பாத்துக்கிறேன். விஷ்வா கம்பெனி ஃப்ரீக்வென்சி.
நீ யார் மேட்டிங் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுக்குறீங்க?
அந்த ஃளைட்டோட ஓனர் ஃபயர். யார் தெரியுமா? Sir, we are extra 4,000 guns. We are extra 4,000 guns. We are in fire together. They need some help. Captain, stop. James, stop.
நீ எதுக்கு மேடே டிக்ளேர் பண்ணி சென்னை ஏர்போர்ட்ல லேண்ட் பண்ணல?
சார் மேடே டிக்ளேர் பண்ணி என்கொயரிங்கிற பேர்ல மாசக்கணக்கான பிளேன்ல சீஸ் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க சார். அவங்க அதுக்கு தான் ட்ரை பண்றாங்க. ஆகஸ்ட் 25 ஃபிளைட்ஸ்ல பறக்கணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அது நடக்கும் சார்.
எக்ஸ்கியூஸ் மீ சார். ஜெயின் சார். கால் ஃபார் யூ சார். ஏர்போர்ட் அத்தாரிட்டி அப்டேட் கேக்குறாங்க. பிரஸ் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் இப்பவே வேணுமா சார்?
மூணு வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி சவுதியா போயிங் எமர்ஜென்சி லேண்டிங் இதே ஏர் ஸ்ட்ரிப்ல ஞாபகம் இருக்கா சைத்தன்யா?
சார்
நம்ம என்ன ஆக்ஷன் எடுத்தோம்?
கமிட்டி வச்சு டெரரிஸ்ட் லிங்க் இருக்கான இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷன் பண்ணோம் சார். அதுக்கப்புறம் 5 கோடி ஃபைன் சார்ஜ் பண்ணோம்.
உங்க 3 பேருக்கு அதோட சேர்த்து 10 இயர்ஸ் ஜெயில் சென்டென்ஸ் கூட. இதுவரைக்கும் டேக் ஆஃப் கூட ஆகல. அதுக்குள்ள இங்கிருந்து டெல்லி வரைக்கும் எதிரிங்க விசாரிச்சுட்டேன். இவங்க தீவிரவாதிகளும் இல்லை, வேகாயமும் இல்லை. போய் சொல்ல ஐ எம் லெட்டிங் தம் கோ. only fine. dismiss.
ஜெயின் சார்.
you will pay fine. எங்க பேசுல அத்துமீறி லேண்ட் பண்ணதுக்கு 25,000. நீங்க ஏர்லைன் ஆரம்பிச்சு 3 மாசம் கழிச்சு கொடுக்கலாம். என்ன உங்களை எல்லாம் கட்டி பிடிச்சு வழி அனுப்பிடுமா? உங்க
சார் என்ன விட்டுட்டா அவங்க உங்களை டார்கெட் பண்ணுவாங்க.
என்ன பார்த்தா அவங்களுக்கு பயப்படுற மாதிரி தெரியுதா?
எனக்கு உங்களுக்கு பிடிக்காது சார். யூ never like me.
மாறா அன்னைக்கு நீ அப்படி பேசுறதுக்கு நான் ஒரு சீனியர் ஆபீசர் ஒன்று விட்டு இருந்தா என்னோட கேரியர்ஸ் என்னை மதிச்சிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. இன்னைக்கு பொலிட்டிக்கல் பிரஷரால ஒன்று விடலைன்னா என்னையே நான் மதிக்க மாட்டேன். தம்முடு நீ பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறது ஈகோ ஈகோ விட பெருசு. ஒரு சோல்ஜர் அவனை நம்பி வந்தவங்களை திரும்பி உயிரோட கூட்டிட்டு வந்து சேர்க்கணும். நீ எனக்கு பண்ண மாதிரி யூ ஆர் a leader today. leader.
நான் ஸ்மோக் பண்றேன், நீங்களும் பண்ணாதீங்க. வயசு ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா.
వయస్సు గురించి మాట్లాడద్దు. నా మనసు మారే లోపల ఇక్కడ చూడిపో, వెళ్ళిపోరా.
तेज बहादुर सापरू, सुभाष बोस, एनी, मंगल सिंह, अली इमाम, कुरैशी, प्रधान, डोमिनियन स्टेटस, rejected separate electorate, advocated joint electorate with the several seats for minorities, not in areas they consider linguistic provinces. நான் ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும், linguistic provinces வந்து கேட்டிருக்காங்க. 19 fundamental rights, super. Equal rights for women, union formation, universal suffrage. Women rights இதெல்லாம் system of governance. ஓகேவா? ஓகே. Aid and advice of the provincial executive council. வேற லெவல். நல்லா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும், டெல்லி மேனிஃபெஸ்டோ வேற, டெல்லி பேக்ட் வேற, டெல்லி ப்ரொபோசல் வேற. டெல்லி ப்ரொபோசல் வந்துட்டு யாரு? முஸ்லீம் லீக் வந்து ப்ரொபோஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அட்வொகேட்டட் ஜாயிண்ட் எலக்டரேட், ரீப்ளேசிங் செப்பரேட் எலக்டரேட். ஓகே, வித் ரிசர்வ்டு சீட்ஸ் ஃபார் முஸ்லீம்ஸ். முஸ்லீம்ஸ்க்கு வந்துட்டு சீட் ரிசர்வ் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. ஓகே, இது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் பாயிண்ட். இப்போ டெல்லி ப்ரொபோசல் பை முஸ்லீம் லீக் வந்து ஸ்டார்டிங்கில் என்ன பண்ணாங்க? இந்த இது கேட்டாங்க கேட்பாங்க, செப்பரேட் எலக்டரேட் கேட்டாங்க கேட்பாங்க. முஸ்லீம் லீக்னால அதுதான் கேட்டிருப்பாங்க, நம்ம தப்பாக நினச்சிக்கூடாது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எடுத்துனமே இதான் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் ஒரு விஷயம் என்னென்னா, 1/3 ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன் ஃபார் முஸ்லீம் இன் சென்ட்ரல் லெஜிஸ்லேட்டிவ் அசம்பிளி எழுதி கேட்டாங்க. ஆனால் அவ்வளோ பாப்புலேஷன் அவங்க கிடையாது. அப்புறம் 1/3 வந்து தரணும். ப்ரொபோர்ஷனல் ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன் ஃபார் முஸ்லீம்ஸ் இன் பெங்கால் அண்ட் பஞ்சாப், அங்கேயும் 1/3 இருக்கணுமாமா. இங்கே இருக்கிற மெஜாரிட்டி ஏரியாலேயே உங்களுக்கு ப்ரொபோர்ஷனல் ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன், அப்போ இங்கேயும் உங்களுக்கு மெஜாரிட்டி தான் கேட்பானுங்க. ஓகே, சிந்து பாம்பே இருந்து பிரிக்கணும்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க. இப்போ ஹிந்துஸ் மகாசபா என்ன சொல்கிறான்? ஆப்போசிட் த கிரியேஷன் ஆஃப் நியூ முஸ்லீம் மெஜாரிட்டி ஸ்டேட்ஸ் ப்ரொவின்சஸ் அண்ட் ரிசர்வேஷன் ஆஃப் சீட்ஸ் இன் முஸ்லீம். இப்போ பஞ்சாப் அண்ட் இது பஞ்சாபில் ப்ரொபோசல் ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன்லாம் கிடையாது, ரிசர்வேஷன்லாம் ஒரு வெங்காயமே கிடையாது, ஓடிப்போ அப்படின்றான். ஏன்னா அங்கே மெஜாரிட்டி தான் இருக்கான். strictly unitary structure formed to community bit. நேரு தான் ஏற்றுக்கணும். முஸ்லீம் லீக் டிமாண்ட் வந்து தெரியும். என்னது? ரிசர்வ்ட் சீட் ஃபார் முஸ்லீம் central legislative provinces with Muslim majority during our party conference. அடுத்தது லீடர்ஸ் டயலமா. பாவம். டொமினியன் ஸ்டேட்டஸ் கொடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பிரிச்சுக்கலாம்னு சொல்லு. யூனிட்டரி பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஸ்ட்ரக்சர். இந்த யூனிட்டரி பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இதுதான் அவங்களுக்கு வந்துட்டு ஆகலைன்ட்டாங்க. ரெசிடல் பவர் வித் சென்ட்ரல் அத்தாரிட்டி. இயர் ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கிட்டா போதும். ஜின்னாஸ் 14 பாயிண்ட் வந்து 1929. சரியா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்னது? டெல்லி ப்ரப்போசல் வந்துட்டு கொடுக்குறாங்க முஸ்லீம் லீக். சரியா? ஓகே. ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்துட்டு என்னது? நெஹ்ரு ரிப்போர்ட் வந்துட்டு 1928 வந்துட்டு ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடியே வந்துட்டு என்ன பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க? டெல்லி ப்ரப்போசல் வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்துட்டு இது பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. டெல்லி ப்ரப்போசல் இந்த மாதிரி வேணும்னு சொல்லி பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன இருக்கும்? இவங்க வந்துட்டு இறக்க முடக்கா இருக்கனால இந்த இதில் வந்துட்டு என்ன பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க? காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பேசியிருப்பாங்க. ஆனால் வந்துட்டு ஜின்னா வந்துட்டு இதை அமெண்ட்மெண்ட்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஏற்கனவே நாங்கள் சொல்லியிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இது பண்ணுறாரு. அது ஏற்றுக்காதனால ஜின்னா வந்துட்டு ரேடிக்கல் ஆகி 14 பாயிண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் கொடுத்துருவாரு. இட் பிகேம் த பேசிஸ் ஃபார் ஆல் ஃபியூச்சர் ப்ரொபகண்டா ஆஃப் முஸ்லீம் லீக். ஜின்னாஸ் 14 பாயிண்ட் ரொம்ப 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 இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். மார்ச் 1929 ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஃபெடரல் கான்ஸ்டியூஷன் ரெசிடல் பவர்ஸ் டு இது ஃபெடரல் கான்ஸ்டியூவன்சி. கரெக்டு. ரெசிடல் பவர்ஸ் டு ப்ரொவின்சஸ். ப்ரொவின்ஷியல் அட்டானமி தெரியும். வித்தவுட் தி நோ கான்ஸ்டியூஷன் அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் பை தி சென்டர் வித்தவுட் தி கன்கரன்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி ஸ்டேட். இதெல்லாம் ஓகே. All legislation elected bodies have adequate representation of Muslims in every province without reducing the majority of Muslims in a province to a minority or equality. Oh, all adequate representation of Muslims in every province without reducing the majority of Muslims in a province. எல்லாத்துலேயும் முஸ்லீம் தான் மெஜாரிட்டியாக இருக்கணுமாமா. Adequate representation of Muslims in this group. 1/3 Muslim representation in central legislature. 1/3 Muslims. If any cabinet at the center or at the are in the provinces wanted to be Muslims. Cabinetலயும் வந்து முஸ்லிமா செப்பரேட் எலக்ட்ரேட் ஜாயிண்ட் எலக்ட்ரேட் இருந்தாங்க, இப்போ செப்பரேட் எலக்ட்ரேட் வந்துருச்சு. 3/4 of the majority community வந்து கன்சிடர் பண்ணலைன்னா மைனாரிட்டி. ஓகே, சிடிஎம் பார்த்துடலாம். அடுத்து வந்துட்டு இதுக்கப்புறம் தான் வந்து நம்ம டெல்லி ப்ரொபோசல் பார்த்துட்டோம். ஓகேவா, சிடிஎம் சிவில் டிசிப்ளின் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டு. இது ஒன் ஆஃப் தி வாட்டர்ஷெட் மூமெண்ட்டு. இப்போ ரவுண்ட் டேபிள் கான்ஃபரன்சஸ் வரும். மறுபடியும் காந்தி வந்துட்டு ட்ரூஸுக்கு போயிடுவார். ட்ரூஸ் போனதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆகுது, ரிசிக்னேஷன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. வேர்ல்டு வாரில் ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது கேட்க மாட்டாங்க. சுபஸ்யூ ராம்கர்ஷன் ஸ்கிரிப்ட்ஸ் மிஷன் பார்த்துக்குவோம். ஸ்கிரிப்ட்ஸ் ப்ரொஃபஷனல் ஓகே.
So now you can this one. And the symbol is taken. Hold it there, round table, hold it there, put it right down. Straight it, hold it. Then, looking at its opposition, Nehru committee members in for put taken. A date will be around in 1929. Okay? So news of RTC. RTC is what? Round table conference. What does round table conference mean? Okay, will be there any round table? It's a symbol is taken. They will aim for means okay, will be there any round table? It's a symbol. Okay, what is the round table? What is the but why is it symbolic? See, why the word round table is referred to? Because in round table everybody is equal. Nobody is big, superior. Okay, everybody is equal. So, if you take the Indian opposition of the Simon Commission and what is happening in India, so British authorities they declare that they are going to conduct a round table conference today. That and they will invite all the major parties from India, the political parties and representatives of the different communities of India to have one peer-to-peer discussion and a barabar discussion. Okay, so one equal level discussion. So now, at this point of time, Congress leaders they asked to the government that make it clear. Okay, they are that he don't fool us. That you are calling that what is the purpose of this round table conference? Give us the clarity that you are calling this round table conference to create the scheme of the dominion status. To formulate the scheme of the dominion status for its immediate implementation, not to discuss when and where dominion status will be granted. मतलब क्या है? So एक बार give it for a what does it mean? So they asked कि इसलिए मत बुलाओ कि आज that you will be discussing that after 5 years we will be giving you dominion status, after 10 years we will be giving you dominion status. We will not come for that discussion. For what we will be coming to pertain that create the scheme, formulation of the dominion status for its immediate implementation. कि वहाँ से बढ़ते ही dominion status यहाँ पे हो जाए. So they wanted a clarity on this. Government did not give any clarity on it, and then the Congress is going to decide that they will not participate in the round table conference. Okay? So mentioned in this.
Okay.
Meanwhile, that they are all the major as such Congress decided to okay. So in the regular president Lahore 1929 Lahore. अब आते हैं next day. So you're right, annual IFC session 1929 Lahore. 1929 Lahore. see, when working with your batches, that you are not interrupting in the spellings. Okay? You're right. Whatever be the spelling, now jo bhi hai. Okay? So in the regular batches, obviously that we have to tell them the spellings also many times. And so I tell you what, the same speech. I was telling them that he abolished the ICTA system. Okay? No, not abolished. He abolished it. He made changes in the ICTA system and it made it hereditary. 3 people in the front row, okay? They wrote ICTA system as ICTA system. ICTA का बोल रहा है So what funny होती है? For example, another thing I shared with you in 1837 the revolt. I was mentioning that Kumar Singh was nursing the grudge for a very long time. Then against the British authority because his landed estate was confiscated by the British authority. So nursing ko nursing. Okay? So and that was nursing. So it happens in the class. In one of the art and culture class, I was saying that he depicted. Okay? So there was one painter who was painting. I was saying, and then his name was Nihal Chand. So Nihal Chand depicted slender curve in the body, and a good number of the people wrote cylinder curve in the body. So there is no curve. There is no secret. Actually, I would say one thing that the way you guys have written, I know that there are dictation has happened in my class. What about others, I don't know. And you have written it patiently. So तुम्हारी writing speed अच्छी है. Exam में problem नहीं होगा. मतलब exam में कहता हूँ कि मेन exam में लिखने में problem नहीं होगा. आता नहीं है that is the difference. चलो. So in my writing session, so this happened at Lahore and Jawaharlal Nehru is going to become the president of the Congress. So this is the moment when the influence of the youth leaders in the Congress has increased. So he became the president, and then what was the most important announcement of this? There is a Purna Swaraj. Okay? So Purna Swaraj was declared to be the goal of the Congress, meaning complete independence, status, no self-rule. But then moreover, as a symbol of the Purna Swaraj, it was also decided that the tricolor flag would be unfurled on the banks of river Nirali. So the date which was chosen that was 26th of January 1930. So 26th of January 1930, everybody went to the banks of river Nirali. The independence pledge was read out collectively among, and tricolor flag was unfurled. Moreover, one more decision was taken in this particular assembly that Gandhi was given permission to initiate civil disobedience movement, and Congress would not participate in the first round table conference. So these all decisions were taken at this particular point of time. Now my question to you is, so let's connect a little bit of history also. Why Rivali was chosen to be the place of unfolding the Indian flag on hoisting the Indian flag? That's also one reason that Lahore is on the banks of the River Rali, but actually this was not the reason. So basically it is all related to the naming of this Indian subcontinent, how it was named as Bharat. Then Pura Council, okay? So just go back to the Vedic times. I hope that it's somewhat better, but then if you haven't seen, so just listen to it. So there was a big battle which was fought around 950 BC, okay? And the battle is known as the Srajan War. It was between the two big kings of the time, and not the kings, two rishis of the time. Right? One of the very strongest kingdom from the Aryan side was the Bharat clan, right? And the ruler of the Bharat clan around this year was Sudas. At this point of time, there was one decision which was to be taken by Sudas. That was appointment of the head priest, okay? Head priest of the kingdom. There were two eligible rishis at that time, Rishi Vasishtha and Rishi Vishwamitra. Now what he has done, Sudas has chosen Vishwamitra, not Vishwamitra, Vasishtha as the chief priest, and then he neglected the claim of the Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra was offended by it, and he persuaded the 10 kings at this point of time to fight with Sudas to take the revenge of that his humiliation. Now, so these 10 kings, it included 5 Aryan kings, 5 non-Aryan kings. This historic battle happened on the banks of river Parushni. Parushni is the old name of the Rali. Then in this battle, once again, that it was Sudas who was victorious with the support of the Vasishtha Rishi, and he defeated the Srajan. He captured the land of the Srajan, and then he named this land as Bharat Varsh. So since the naming of the country, birth of the country happened from that particular battle, so they are saying that this is the second birth of the country, so it will also happen from the same place. Okay. So this is the significance of this particular river. So एक बार देखो इसमें the session was decided by Jawaharlal Nehru. The session was decided by Jawaharlal Nehru. With the salt march, and after the salt march, the different developments. It was also decided what is the place. What is about the first round table conference, and then we need to talk about let's go into the CDM. Right? CDM, it was also in the CDM movement. We were starting with the salt march, and after the salt march, the different developments in the CDM, and then after different other things, which is basically Gandhi impact in the course of CDM. उससे पहले the Karachi session of the Congress in 1931, then the Gandhi impact had happened and then Karachi session. After Karachi session, we talk about the second round table conference. Gandhi's participation, he's coming back empty-handed, and then withdrawal of the CDM. Okay? So these are the developments. So a major title because civil disobedience movement. Civil disobedience movement. And in this part, the very first thing starts with the salt march. We'll give you a brief after it, but the salt march very well. So salt march, it is also called as Dandi March. The first salt march was Dandi March. So now, the challenge before Gandhi at this point of time, okay? As we discussed in the previous class, there was the difference between CDM and NCM. CDM, you need to break the law. Right? So now, moreover, breaking the law and maintaining the movement non-violent, it is contradictory. Right? So often contradictory. So this was giving nightmares to Gandhi that how to choose a particular law which is to be broken, and at the same point of time it is not leading to the violence. Right? So he was subject to his luck, he found one law which was highly discriminatory and which did not lead to the mass violence. The law was Salt Act of 1882. So Salt Act of 1882, as you understand, that salt is one God-given thing, right? That it naturally occurs in the salt pans of India or whichever country which are tropical in nature. So naturally what that, okay? And moreover, that people can go there, collect it, and use it. But then even that has been stopped by the British authority. So Salt Act of 1882, it prohibited Indians from collecting the salt of the salt pane. Moreover, Indians were forced to buy from British manufacturers, and the cost of the salt also included a very heavy salt tax. Right? So there could not be any such discriminatory policy like this. They are apart from it. Gandhi also felt that breaking the salt law will not lead to the violence. Because it's very easy. When they go to the coastal area, they will pick handful of salt, and that's how they broke it. Right? So it's not violence thing. Right? So this is how he thought that it is better. Moreover, he also thought that salt is something which every Indian householder, no matter rich or poor, will feel connected. Right? So this was the best act to be chosen. And it is also an intelligent thing to know about this. Right? Gandhi started his march from his ashram Sabarmati, and his march started on 12th of March 1930. Dandi is a coastal area of the Gujarat, and Moreover, it is more than 470 kilometers from Sabarmati. So by the time Dandi has reached to Dandi, taken. So reached to Dandi. So the crowd has already swelled to 50,000, taken, who are going with him. And then on 6th of April, he reached the coast of Dandi. He took a handful of salt, broke the law, and initiated freedom. And he also made a statement while breaking the law that it is a crime against the God and humanity to submit any longer before the British authority. And it marked the beginning of the Syrian on 6th of April. Dekho, mention. So Gandhi chose the soil and the beginning of the Syrian on 6th of April, breaking the law that it is a crime. Coast of Gandhi, he took a handful of salt, broke the law, and initiated freedom. And he also made a statement while breaking the law that it is a crime against the God and humanity to submit any longer before the British authority. And it marked the beginning of the Syrian on 6th.
It was crime.
Of April. So, Gandhi chose the Salt Act of 1882. Gandhi chose the Salt Act of 1882 for the purpose of disobedience. For the purpose of disobedience. This act prohibited Indians. This act prohibited Indians from collecting the salt from coastal areas, and they were forced to submit any longer. There was some question which was asked in previous, funny question I would say. It was asked that which of the following commodity was associated with the Gandhi March of the Gandhi? NCCL, NACL, KCL, CACL. So it's a British question. I feel that it's a very British. Within India it has been asked. So and I think one more thing. This question was in the same year it was asked in Bihar also. Okay? And here my question is, which was the official launch date of the CDM then, and both the dates were 12th of March and 6th of April then. Now what happened is that they release the key soon after the exam, or the student will have to contest. If any issue है, the student can contest. So you know what Bihar teacher gave the answer of the question. They mark 12th of March. Okay? 12th of March दिया था. So then the student, they said that the answer गलत है, they need to change. Obviously the first instance we see that he was typing in a very area. But then there must have been some very intelligent people in the commission of the Bihar. Okay? Who must have come from the commission. Okay? So then they contested it 12th of March था. ठीक है? कभी होता है ना कि लोग दिमाग से तो सही होते हैं, लेकिन they are not able to girl their critic. ठीक है? So they became adamant. The 12th of March is there. Students filed a case in the court that how these people have been appointed. And court ने हर तरह के सुना है. ठीक है? So obviously which would be the date? Everybody knows that जिस दिन law तोड़ोगे वो तो दिन होगा ना सिविल डिsobedience का. कि मार्च करना स्टार्ट किया, दिमाग में मार्च करना स्टार्ट कर दिया तो उसी को तोड़ दिया क्या? So obviously 12th of March is not there. So then you know the condition of the state teachers basically is that कि state teachers commissions are majorly based on the commission under the table over the table. तो इसलिए UPSC ज़्यादा बेटर एग्जाम. ठीक है? चलो so after the basic consider the thing. Developments during the ठीक है? So developments during the So developments during Syrian. Understand? So when it comes to development during Syrian, so basically different parts of the country soil law was broken, and wherever there is no coastal area, so then there is demonstration, protest and movement. So let's start with the area one. So in northwest frontier province, the Syrian was organized by Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan. Right? So it was organized by Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, and moreover he was also known as Frontier Gandhi. In fact, he happens to be the first person from the Pakistan who was on board with the Bharat Ratna. Then apart from it, his organization name was Khudai Khidmatgar, Servants of the God, and he was also known as the Red Shirts. So he initiated the CDM. Now, when this is going on, so in Peshawar demonstrations, one of the incensed British officers ordered his Gadwali regiment to fire on the unarmed crowd. At this time, Gadwali regiment said that they will not repeat the mistake of the Jallianwala Bagh. So they did not fire. So now, a better sense prevailed with the army also. And they are not indulging in the killing of their own people. So that is one part. Then, apart from it, from different parts of the country, the demonstrations are happening. So, for example, in Tamil Nadu, okay, so the salt march and for the purpose of breaking the salt law was organized by C.R. Gopalachari, and his march route was Vedanam Trimonalli to with.
Bacha.
Apart from it, from different parts of the country, the demonstrations are happening. So, for example, in Tamil Nadu, okay, so the salt march and for the purpose of breaking the salt law was organized by C. Rajagopalachari, and his march route was Vedanam Trimonalli to Vedanam coast. So now understand that questions have been asked, and this C. Rajagopalachari question I think it was asked in 2016. Right? So they do ask the route question also, the consequences routes पे जाके break किया था salt law. So this one, then in Kerala, K. Kelappan, he organized the salt march from Calicut to Payyanur coast. Right? So carried to by no coast. Then after one of the salt march was organized by a band of Satyagrahis from Sylhet, okay, who moved to the Navkhali coast in the Bengal. Then apart from it, one of the salt march was organized by a band of Satyagrahis from Sylhet, okay, who moved to the Navkhali coast in the Bengal. Then in Kerala, K. Kelappan, he organized a salt march from Calicut to Payanur coast. So Calicut to Payanur coast. Then after one of salt march was organized by a band of Satyagrahis from Sylhet, who moved to the Navkhali coast in the Bengal. Then apart from it, one of the most celebrated bolo, debated bolo, that was the Dharsana salt march. It was initiated by organized the salt march from Calicut to Payanur coast. So Calicut to Payanur coast. Then after one of the salt march was organized by a band of Satyagrahis from Sylhet, who moved to the Navkhali coast in the Bengal. Then apart from it, one of the most celebrated bolo, debated bolo, that was the Dharsana salt march. It was initiated by Sarojini Naidu along with Imam Sahib and Madina, who was one of the sons of the Gandhi. So the Dharsana salt march is basically, if you look at the map of the Gujarat, so Mumbai part, and as you know, Surat is over here. So Surat se coastal area ki taraf, this is the Dharsana salt march. So here. From Mumbai to Surat. So this is one of the biggest salt works of India at that point of time, and here so Mumbai part, and as you know, Surat is over here. So Surat se coastal area ki taraf, this is the Dharsana salt work. So here moving from Mumbai to Surat. So this is one of the biggest salt works of India at that point of time, and here the peaceful protesting masses, they were thoroughly beaten up to the extent they said that there was nobody in this convoy who was not beaten, who was not losing the blood. In fact, many of them reached a very serious position, and it is said that 30% of the people had hospitalization more than 15-20 days. So this is the incident which attracted the international media, and Britain started to receive the traction of the international media. So in many of the newspapers of the other countries who are the neighbors of the Britain, and also in the American part of the world, it was written that this is how the most civilized nations behave. That the countries, the people who proclaim themselves to be on a civilized nation, they brutally decide to kill the very peaceful masses. So this is how they created some sort of pressure on Britain to take a step back. They have to take a step back. So it was a landmark event in the salt march. Then after, there are different incidences of it. So in Nagaland, Rani Hirenyu, she initiated a suicide against British authority, and in fact, her has been given a name, which was known as Iraqi movement. So that's there. Then government has come up with many such disciplinary measures against students, so we'll discuss about it. Cutting a circle, first you write this much. Mention. Series of multiple. So mention. In northwest frontier province. Come. Then mention. After it, Tripoli to the coast. In Kerala, Pur coast. Calicut to Payanur coast. Then to break the salt law. Along with Imam Sahib and Manilal, organized the salt march. Dharsana salt work. All of them were thoroughly beaten. Unfortunately, all of them were thoroughly beaten. At this time, Britain got the traction of international media. So then Rani Hirenyu organized Heraka movement against British authority. So this is the time that he was arrested, and he began acting in the jail from 1930 till 1947. So near about 15-16 years he was in jail, and he was just released after the India movement. So that's one part. Government also released Cunningham Circle, and this circle was meant for the students. It asked the students to display nice behavior, not to participate in the national movement. So since the first place from where it all started, that was Assam. So students in Assam agitated against this Cunningham Circle, and instead of displaying the disciplined behavior, they started to participate in the large numbers. So this is one part. Now what has happened? Everything is going fine over here in the stadium. Government is on the toes, and they are not able to understand that what measures to be taken. On the other hand, first roundtable conference is concluded, so no participation of the conference, and it seems that all the discussions of the roundtable conference aborted. So now there was a pressure on the Viceroy even that anyhow he must bring the Congress to table in the second roundtable conference, otherwise there is no use of it. So this is the time when the talk was facilitated between Gandhi and Viceroy even and this talk was facilitated by Tej Bahadur Saboo and M.R. Jaipur. So they facilitated, now the talks have started. So we will talk about the two things in the Gandhi impact. One is the decision that which was there between Gandhi and which accepted one, and that one which was rejected. So two aspects of it. So mention, and they go Cunningham Circle. which demanded disciplined behavior, the voice for Irving, facilitated down. This happened in March 1931. So nothing impact. So there are two things. Agreed fact or agreed terms. So agreed terms were what? Now understand. Gandhi demanded a release of all the political prisoners who are not convicted for violence. Then accepted. Then so this is first one. Then second one. That lenient treatment to the government servants who have resigned. Accepted. Lenient treatment. Then third. Return of the confiscated land which has not yet been sold to the third party. Accepted. Then the revision of the all fines which have been imposed on the people. Then so many such fines were imposed on the people, illegal fines. So this is accepted. Right to make salt for consumption. Accepted. Right to make peaceful protest and picketing. Accepted. Then so these all things were accepted. But then the non-agreed one. So there were two. First was the demand of the Congress that there must be inquiry into the excesses of the police authority. So excesses of the police authority in the image of the charity. So this was rejected. And second, Gandhi demanded the capital punishment which is given to Bhagat Singh Rajguru and Sukhdev to convert it into a lesser punishment. This is rejected. So and this is the time when Gandhi was highly criticized for this particular last thing, that he must have made it compulsory. He agar jo ye hoga, though we will be participating in the second RTC, but he did not make it compulsory. So this is the blame which is given on him. How much of it is true is only when you explore they will get to know. Right? So there is a story over here. I thought that I would cut back on it, but then I won't review. So how much of the blame shifting, the reciprocal blame of the Gandhi is true? Let's understand. So it is not correct to say that Gandhi, it was in the hand of the Gandhi would have saved the life of the Bhagat Singh and Sukhdev. It is totally unacceptable. Why so? If it would have been in the hands of the Gandhi to convert their capital punishment into a lesser or basically save their life, so it was in the hands of the Gandhi to get the Indian independence in 1932 itself. Right? So 1932 itself. Moreover, there are some obviously the factor work करना चाहिए. So we always need to talk about the facts, not on the facts. So which is something related to this particular incident. Gandhi tried a lot as far as this case is concerned. The capital punishment given to these three people. And in fact, he was very restless in those days when capital punishment was given. But moreover, the myth that which has been circulated that he did not like because they were becoming popular. In fact, those are the times even people were not known to each other like the way we know each other in the today's time. So for example, that what is the need of Bhagat Singh and Rajguru to throw bomb in the because they wanted to become popular. That's how the masses will listen to them. So they were not as much known. In fact, there hasn't been any meeting of the formal meeting of the Gandhi and Bhagat Singh. So Gandhi knows that there exists some nationalists, some revolutionaries, and at the same point of time they also know that. So this is one such aspect. So there was no such rivalry first of all. The rivalry that Gandhi is hating them and they don't like Gandhi. This was also not there. Then apart from it, let's come to the juncture where they have been executed. So Gandhi tried a lot to save their life, and he was regularly sending, even after his rejection, he was hopeful that government will listen to him. He often sent M.R. Jaikar to the office of the Viceroy to plead for it. In fact, one fine day in early morning itself, he landed in the Viceroy office to plead for it. So he made a heavy appeal, and he has given a letter to the Viceroy also. So now, Viceroy Irwin, again, he has come up with good terms with the Gandhi, and then on the behalf of the Gandhi, he has written a letter to the Chief Justice of the Britain, Roy Emil. So actually, the authority was in the hand of the Roy Emil to guide the Irwin in this particular regard. So now, what and it all being documented and has been kept in the not in the National Archives of India but also in the Britain. Only thing that we don't know. So what he wrote, there is this. So Roy Emil was addressed by Irwin. Has been there is a Gandhi before me. He is highly emotional related to this revolutionaries, and then he's making a appeal to leave this to convert the capital punishment given to this revolutionary into a lesser punishment. And moreover, if I would have to tell you my concerns, so I'm also not in the favor of giving the capital punishment. And if they have fought, so they are fighting for. So what he wrote, there is this. So Roy Emil was addressed by Irwin. Has been there is a Gandhi before me. He is highly emotional. Roy Emil. So actually, the authority was in the hand of the Roy Emil to guide the Irwin in this particular regard. So now, what and it all being documented and has been kept in the not in the National Archives of India but also in the Britain. Only thing that we don't know. So what he wrote, there is this. So Roy Emil was addressed by Irwin. Has been there is a Gandhi before me. He is highly emotional related to this revolutionaries, and then he's making a appeal to leave this to convert the capital punishment given to this revolutionary into a lesser punishment. And moreover, if I would have to tell you my concerns, so I'm also not in the favor of giving the capital punishment. And if they have fought, so they are fighting for some sort of cause of their own country. So my conscience also does not allow us to give them the capital punishment in this regard, since I don't have the authority to convert it. You better guide me what to do or not to do. So then Roy Emil has written back to Irwin, and in this he has written, there is only one remedy. Ask this revolutionaries that they will stop the violence, and they must pledge their loyalty towards the British rule. That's how their lives will be saved. So this is actually, they knew, Roy Emil knew that they will never do, and then that's how he just sent this particular thing, because he's not in India, he's not in the power of India. So now what's happened? Irwin has gone, he has sent this proposal to the revolutionaries, and then when they heard this, so they said that we would better like to die. This life given on mercy is not dear to us, the more dear to us is the death, and there is a glory in the death. Then they went on to say, Bhagat Singh will testify it, and then he went on to say that even your death punishment hanging by wire, if it seems less to you, so I am ready to face the firing squad. So this is an extreme statement, that's the statement which has been made by the Bhagat Singh. What is a firing squad? Basically shooting at a person 1,000 times, more than 1,000 times, until unless then each and every body part is disfigured. This is the most brutal type of the killing by the governments in the world. It happens in some parts of the world even at this point of time. So there could not be more brutal than this, and hence he was not fearful about it. And obviously, they have chosen a path of the revolutionary, and they have chosen the path of the Indian freedom struggle. How come they will pledge their loyalty to the British authority? So this is one another thing. Still, Gandhi was hopeful after this rejection. He once again went to the Viceroy house after listening to this thing, and he wanted that he must be given, so their execution must not happen on the set days. It must be deferred to a different day, so that he will go to England and he will try with the British authorities. But then what happened? When the news is that Gandhi is regularly visiting the Viceroy office, the Punjab police officers, that they were highly precise with the John Saunders family that Gandhi will do anything. And the original date of their hanging was 24th of March. The rule of those times were that hangings will happen only within 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. No hanging will happen. And in fact, even in this day, यही rule follow होता है. Hanging कभी evening में नहीं होता है, early morning नहीं होता है. So what did Bhagat Singh Rajguru and Sukhdev, they were hanged on 23rd of March, and that too in the night, 8:30 p.m. Yes, this is the only case in Indian history that somebody was hanged earlier and that in the night. Only the people were like this Gandhi may change the death punishment. Okay? So the way he was fine. night 8:30 p.m. Okay, this is the only case in the Indian history that somebody was hanged, but here and that in the night. Only the people were like that Gandhi may change the death punishment. Okay, so the way he was trying. So attributing blame on anybody when you haven't been there is very easy. And moreover, the biggest crime is we can all disagree with the Gandhi. बहुत जगह पे we can disagree, but we cannot be accused about the guy who whatever way he has served the country, and then at the same point of time, the number of days that he has spent in the jail, none of the people who blame Gandhi has spent one day in jail. And if they would have spent, they must have spent for some different reason, not for the national cause. So they must be running on the AD and CD. Okay, so ये तो was the punishment हो गया. So now this is one thing, and one can be critical about some of the policies, some of the initiatives of the Gandhi, but not to blame like this way because about him. So he tried and it did not work. And moreover, this has become a fashion. I will tell you. Okay, in the present time, it has become a fashion that if you want to portray yourself as an intellectual, so just go and bark about the Gandhi. Okay, the Gandhi was this, Gandhi was that, you become intellectual. Okay, so anyways, whatever we say, but then without balancing act of the Gandhi, the history is very null and void. Right? So लिखो mention right. Gandhi in fact agreed terms लिखो पहले agreed terms. Gandhi mention release of political prisoners. Release of political prisoners not convicted for the violence. So the session was presided by Sardar Patel. Okay. Regard it is a Congress who will take the decision. So let's talk about capital punishment. Today is the punishment was also injury. So this is what is about Gandhi in fact. Now after the fact, so back after the Congress will be participating in the second round of the conference. Right? So now it was decided that Gandhi will abandon or say he will suspend the civil CDM and he will participate in the second round of the conference. But in this regard, it is the Congress who will take the decision. So let's talk about the last topic, and that is the annual IFC session in Karachi, 1931, which happened in the March. Unusual. Generally, कब होता है Congress session? हाँ, December के last week में. Okay. Now it is happening in the March. What is the reason? 1930 was the year of the CDM. No Congress session happened in the CDM year. 1930. So that's why 31 में पूरा early हो रहा है. ठीक है, in March. Then, so right after it, you mentioned annual IMC session 1931 and March 1931, Karachi. So the session was presided by Sardar Patel, taken for the first time. So 29 Nehru, 30 Sardar Patel. Moreover, now understand what happened in this session. So basically what happened, Gandhi has taken a train from Lahore and he is going to Karachi. All along the way, people were lined up and people were demonstrating and people were sloganeering. What was the slogan? Gandhi Murdabad. Taken. What is the reason? The hanging has happened on 24th of March and the session is happening exactly on 31st of March. So एक हफ्ते के बाद ये session हो रहा है. So Gandhi was criticized. Anyways, let's come to the session. So what happened in the session? So in this session, again, understand. So Sardar Patel was the president and moreover, in this session, the meaning of the Purna Swaraj was defined for the masses. So masses के लिए क्या mean that the political freedom must also include the economic freedom. So this is the definition for the masses. Moreover, a resolution on the fundamental rights was introduced in this particular session, and a resolution on national economic plan was also introduced in this session. And this is the session which permitted Gandhi to participate in the second round table conference on behalf of Congress. So it was presided by Sardar Patel. It was presided by Sardar Patel. Then mention. This session led to definition of Purna Swaraj for the masses. Led to definition of Purna Swaraj for the masses, which means political freedom must include economic freedom. Then it's right. Economic freedom also. Then it also led to introduction of resolution on fundamental rights and national economic plan. Full stop. Moreover, Gandhi was permitted to participate in the second round table conference on the behalf of Congress. Right? So this is what is about it. Second round table conference. It's just second RTC. So Gandhi's participation in second RTC. So Gandhi participated in second RTC, which happened in November actually, 1931. So in this session, Gandhi has participated along with one of the trusted and closest person to Gandhi. Okay? Who was the closest? Mahadev Desai Babu. Okay? So he was from Bihar and he is considered to be the greatest Gandhian of India. Right? So Mahadev Desai. Now they have want to participate. As you know, that Gandhi has a very good oratory skill and he had command on his speeches and what he is speaking. Right? So within something else has also happened. So by this point of time, Gandhi has discarded the normal cloth and he is wearing the dhoti and then he is carrying a sword. And then after he is walking with a stick and he is wearing a chappal. Then when he went to England, he was invited by the monarch. He went to Buckingham Palace in Chapel and up to in a half naked state. So not half naked, but that was a definition given by the Winston Churchill. So Churchill got offended at this point of time. He was the opposition leader, and then he said to Gandhi that he is a very shameless guy, and then how come he dared to come to meet the monarch in such a naked state? Right? So already he has made all his preparations to block the Gandhi. Right? And only one orator will be blocked by the statesman. Right? So during the second round table conference, Gandhi was not able to achieve anything because he was all the time was blocked by Winston Churchill. Right? And then after he has to return to India empty-handed. He achieved nothing, and moreover, when he returned back to India, he has shown his empty hands to the people like this. Those who were waiting in that obviously that in a society whereby people indulge in the criticism, Gandhi was abused, he was criticized, and then many things happened. So at this point of time, there was one Gujarati poet, his name was Jeevan Chandra Meghani. So he gave a suggestion or made a request to Gandhi. He wrote in Gujarati, I'll tell you the Gujarati itself, what was the line? Chelo katoro ajerno reti jayo babu. Meaning that even this last cup of poison, you must drink babu. So he's saying that the phase will also pass away. But then this is a difficult phase, you will have to be very strong in this particular phase. Then you must drink babu. Gujarati itself, what was the line? Chelo katoro ajerno reti jayo babu. Meaning that even this last cup of poison, you must drink babu. So he's saying that the phase will also pass away. But then this is a difficult phase, you will have to be very strong in this particular phase. So mention, right? Gandhi participated in second RTC. Gandhi participated in second RTC along with Mahadev Desai, along with Winston Churchill, went on to call him return to India empty-handed. At this time, a Gujarati poet, Jeevan Chandra Meghani, wrote, even this last cup of poison, you must drink babu. Even this last cup of poison, you must drink babu. Got it? So the British leader Winston Churchill went on to call him, British leader Winston Churchill went on to call him, half naked, seditious fakir. Then mentions further, half naked, seditious fakir. Gandhi returned to India empty-handed. At this time, a Gujarati poet, Jeevan Chandra Meghani, wrote, even this last cup of poison, you must drink babu. Even this last cup of poison, you must drink babu. Got it? So this is what is about this particular part. You see that Gandhi is resuming this with disobedience for function or not. So you get a class. So I talk to कोई class नहीं करना है. ठीक है? So but anyway, I know evening class, so I can ask for maybe 1 o'clock. See, don't say this. You are not even watching. क्योंकि तुम्हारा कोर्स भी हो रहा है. ठीक है? लेकिन अभी तुम्हारी तरफ से रुक गया. पेपर में तो नहीं सुनूंगा. ठीक है? पता नहीं मुझे भी पता है कि every or not. So there must be a space also. So let me ask this thing. And if it happens, so tomorrow we'll have 1 o'clock class. Okay? And obviously this is मतलब एक दिन फेयर जाना मेरे तरफ से अच्छा नहीं है. At least one class must be there. ठीक है? चलो. So he faced criticism, and thereafter the line that you have written, Jeevan Chandra wrote that even the last cup of poison you must have to drink up. Okay? So then listen, there was a change in India. Now this is already are seeing that Irvin has become closer to Gandhi or Indian nationalist. Okay? Because the letter that he has written to Roy that my conscience does not allow to give a capital punishment to these revolutionaries. So this was not taken in a good way in British authority, but and then Irvin has to face not punishment, but he was recalled from India. So he was recalled from India, and then another person who was sent at this point of time, his name was Willingdon. So Willingdon was infamous to the core. So while Gandhi is in England, Willingdon is in India. Gandhi returned, and Willingdon did not allow the disobedience movement to take off. Though people that they are going with her in their own ways, it led to violence also. Within 2 months, 18,000 people were arrested. So 18,000 people were arrested. Then another person who was sent at this point of time, his name was Willingdon. So Willingdon was infamous to the core. So while Gandhi is in England, Willingdon is in India. Gandhi returned, and Willingdon did not allow the disobedience movement to take off. Though people that they are going with her in their own ways, it led to violence also. Within 2 months, 18,000 people were arrested. So 18,000 people were arrested, and moreover, Gandhi is very much able to see that he cannot continue the CDM. So what he did that in between November 1933 to July 1934, he shifted his ashram from Sabarmati to Wardha for the untouchability work. Okay? So untouchable upliftment work. Moreover, in the overwhelming situation of the violence, he has withdrawn the civil disobedience in April 1924. So that's how civil disobedience came to a halt. But then one more decision is remaining at this stage. And what is the decision? The communal award which was announced by Ramsay Mantra in 1932. So we need to mention that. So first you complete the part of disobedience, and then let's go into the communal award. So start with that. In India, Viceroy Irwin was replaced by Willingdon, who was an imperialist to the core. Then he made all the preparations so that no national movement can take off. Then mentions further, no national movement can take off. Full stop. After it, Gandhi was not allowed to resume civil disobedience. was arrested. Okay. Gandhi decided to set his ashram from Sabarmati to Wardha. From Sabarmati to Wardha. Then, for Harijan upliftment program. For Harijan upliftment program. Then, in the overwhelming situation of violence, he decided to call off civil disobedience movement in April 1934. Then, so now, this right title, let's go into the discussion. Communal Award of Ramsay Macdonald. This right title, Communal Award. Don't try the name of the Ramsay Macdonald is the title. British Prime Minister Ramsay Macdonald, he announced Communal Award in August 1932. अभी third round conference नहीं हुआ है, ठीक है? Only two have been completed, 1930-31, and then third was still pending. So, and third was about to happen in another conference. So this Communal Award was announced by Ramsay Macdonald. What does it mean? So basically, with this announcement, the Buddhist community of India, they will be treated as a political minority. And what is the Buddhist community? Untouchable. So they will be treated as minority, and if they are treated as minority, so they are entitled with the civil liberties. So this is the part of it. Now, why it has happened? Obviously, the debate and discussion which has happened in the first and second roundtable conference. And in all the roundtable conferences, recently, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar will be participating as the representative of the Buddhist classes in the roundtable conferences. So he is the one who is demanding many of the political rights for the Buddhist people. So finally, it was given then. So there was a flurry of the reaction from all the sides, but the most ferocious reaction was there from the side of Gandhi. And Congress was not saying anything at this point of time. It was just going to analyze that what has happened. But then Gandhi's response was very sharp. He saw this Communal Award or separate liberty for the Buddhist classes as an attack on the Indian unity to break the Indian nationalism. And he clearly said that this is a sinister design of the British to break the Indian unity. Now he further added that if the untouchables will be treated as a political minority at this point of time, so then the question of abolishing untouchability will remain forever, and untouchables will remain untouchable in perpetuity. So this is what Gandhi has to say, that untouchables will remain untouchable in perpetuity. So the logic लगाओ, so whatever he's saying that is not without the fact. In fact, he's saying right that एक बार अगर जो political minority का टैग लग गया, ठीक है, तो the people from the upper classes they will say already they are enjoying the political right, कोई मतलब नहीं है untouchability हटाने का. So this is what Gandhi was trying to say, that they will always remain as untouchable and nobody will be interested in uplifting the status. So now Gandhi in response, not only he responded by saying these all things, but he also responded by announcing fast unto death. And I think this question was asked in 2012, but it's बहुत पहले, ठीक है. So fast unto death. Now this announcement to Gandhi, fast unto death, as you can see that you can compare with the Jainism वाला version Sallekhana, ठीक है. We mentioned that he was little bit Sallekhana, he was fast until death. Now what happened? This created pressure on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar now, so he did not want it, but then he agreed with Pune Pact with Gandhi, and Pune Pact abandoned civil electorate for the depressed classes. Instead of it reserved the seats for the depressed classes in center and provinces. So calculation क्या है? So in before this particular incident, in provinces of India, 11 provinces of India, total 71 seats were reserved for the depressed classes. So now it increased to 147. And in center, actually a very less number of the seats were reserved for the depressed classes. So now it was made that total 18% of the seats in the center will be reserved for the depressed masses. So this is the Pune Pact. Now you can ask the question that why Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, despite that he was the one who was arguing for the civil electorate, who was arguing for the more political rights for the depressed classes, and when he came on his way, so he agreed that he accepted Pune Pact with Gandhi. Did he accept it gravely or was it a compulsion? It was a compulsion. Okay? I did one thing about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. A statement has come बाद में. So there was an interview of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and in the interview, it was asked that you were the staunch critic of the Gandhi at this particular time, and you never say at a moment whereby you are not analyzing and declassifying the motives and the actions of the Gandhi, and you were always critical. But why you accepted Pune Pact? So then he said that there was no option before me. That you just understand that what if Gandhi, he gave a condition that what if Gandhi would have died in this process? So do you understand that what would have happened in India? He said that death of the Gandhi may happen, after which there will be programs and many such programs and movements against the depressed classes, and it will lead to, it must have led to the mass killing of the or lynchings of the depressed class people. Okay? Gandhi cut it एक तरफ, or on the other side, more than thousands and thousands of the depressed classes would have been killed. So I actually accepted it to avoid the killing of the depressed classes. So that's what one thing he said. एक और interview था, ठीक है? And in that interview, once again he was asked, and so he went on to say he did not, he was only, whatever he felt, he said it outrightly. He said that Gandhi's act of the fast, okay, was the most foul and filthy act. Gandhi's act of the fast was the most foul and filthy act, worst form of coercion against the helpless people to give up the constitutional safeguards. So the statement itself says that they did not share a very good relation. It was just a relation of compulsion, but not kind of that exchanging correspondence. So mentioned correct. In August 1932, British Prime Minister Ramsay Macdonald, fast unto death, agreed for Pune Pact with Gandhi. He agreed for Pune Pact.
தமிழ்
ఈ స్థలం నీకోసం కొన్నారు.
తెలుగులో పుట్టుకండి. போடா
that since you all know that he is the father figure of the Indian Constitution. At center, total 18%. At center, total 18% seats were reserved for middle classes. Then middle classes. So this is what is about this coming award, and already I told you the part that Ambedkar's response taken. So basically those responses of Ambedkar and those verdicts of Ambedkar, it comes handy when you're writing the answers in the mental stage taken. So quotes and quotations, but preliminary generally they won't ask any type of this type of thing. Take what Dr. Ambedkar has to say. Another thing I would share with you that since we all know that he is the father figure of the Indian Constitution, and in fact he was the stalwart of the Indian Constitution, and that moreover the democratic setup that was established in India, he was one of the pioneers of it. But then, do you have any idea that he didn't have peace in the democracy? Have you heard about it? It seems very bizarre. Dr. Ambedkar was not a supporter of democracy. Okay? Now, I'll tell you one thing, but he could have Ambedkar announcement. There is one interview of Dr. Ambedkar on BBC. It's put, that British journalist put an interview, Dr. Ambedkar BBC. And he has said that his own wife has been visible and just listened to what he So, it's not that he's against democracy, but he regarded democracy is meant for the mature masses, okay? The literate masses. It is not a system which will work effectively for the masses just illiterate. And he regarded even the depressed classes also. He said, the country unless you don't have education, how do you differentiate between who is a good candidate and bad candidate, right? So, then the democracy will fall to the populist demand. What is popular demand? कि लोगों को जो अच्छा लगता है, जो मन करता है, उसके बेसिस पे चीजें हो सकती हैं. Moreover, his statements, whatever he has said, if you belong to any village of India, or you have any interface with any village of India, you will understand better. What he said was exactly true. If you just look at the Gram Sabha elections, then क्या होता है Gram Sabha elections में? Do the people vote on the basis of the candidate is good? ठीक है? जातिगत समीकरण होता है. ठीक है? पहली बात. What is जातिगत समीकरण? The caste equation which are there. Then apart from that, there is one more thing which plays a role, that who pays to whom. ठीक है? And how much is paid. So even the lowest level elections in Gram Sabha, hell lot of money is spent nowadays, and then it's for investment. If I am candidate Gram Sabha, I'm spending 50 lakh rupees in Gram Sabha, election में होता है 50 lakh ही लोग spend करते हैं आजकल में. So I am spending this much because I have expectation that I will not 5 crore. ठीक है? 6 crore. So it has gone in a haywire direction. Right? So understand that Dr. Ambedkar, it is actually that he favored this system because we had a good acceptance to this system. Because British were going through. Okay? British government is ruling India, they had the system, and then there was no such better suitable option at that point of time. I tell you in the words of Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill, once he was asked about good governance and the best system of administration, so he said that democracy is not at all a very good system of administration. But the problem is the rest of the systems which are there, they are worst. Okay? So it is best among the worst. Right? So anyway, this is a political stuff and it comes to the political, but I would strongly recommend to you see the Dr. Ambedkar's interview, which is there on the BBC. Okay? So let's come to, and he was quite a rationalist person. So after this incident, then roundtable conference forward was convened, and then once again Dr. Ambedkar has participated, Congress did not participate. So now finally, all the proceedings which are there in the 3 roundtable conferences, and then apart from which Science Commission recommendation, the reports of Joint Select Committee, white papers, combining results, and the recommendations of the Secretary of State in 1932. So who was Secretary of State? Samuel Cole. So he was quite a rationalist person. So after that incident, then roundtable conference forward was convened, and then once again Dr. Ambedkar has participated, Congress did not participate. So now finally, all the proceedings which are there in the 3 roundtable conferences, and then apart from which Science Commission recommendation, the reports of Joint Select Committee, white papers, combining results, and the recommendations of the Secretary of State in 1932. So who was Secretary of State? Samuel Cole. So recommendations of the Secretary of State, Samuel Cole, combined together, and then this is how the Government of India. So let me mention item Government of India Act 1935. Just like the background. So mention reports of 3 roundtable conferences. Reports of 3 roundtable conferences. Joint Select Committee report. Joint Select Committee report. White papers. Recommendations of Simon Commission. And also the recommendations of reports of 3 roundtable conferences. Joint Select Committee report. White papers. The recommendations of Simon Commission. And also the recommendations of Secretary of State Samuel Cole went into the creation of 1935 Act. So let's listen about the 1935 Act, what all things were there. So first and the foremost recommendation of the provision of the 1935 is the establishment of the All India Federation. Right? So establishment of the All India Federation, and the All India Federation would be comprising of 2 types of states. Take 2 British ruled provinces. So that was the time when 11 British ruled provinces were there, and then the princely states, meaning the monarchies of India. So these 2 will be coming together, and then the federation will be created. But then understand, there were many conditions for the creation of the federation, and these conditions needed to be fulfilled for the creation of the federation. So what is the condition? That's the first one. And actually it was already a princely state. So it is said that the federation will become operational when half of the princely states have given their consent. Right? But then there is a subclause in it. So subclause in it was that those princely states which are joining the federation, the population of these princely states must be more than 50% of the total population of all the princely states. ठीक है? अब इसका मतलब है ध्यान से समझना. Simply it means, ठीक है, let's suppose एक equation ले लो, ठीक है, number of seats के according. So total 104 seats were to be accorded to the princely states. So out of 104, how many 52 if they give their consent to the federation? So meaning the federation can be created. Right? So now it is also said that this 52 must have more than 50% of population. ये भी होना चाहिए. ठीक है? So it must have more than 50% of the population than the other princely states. और पूरा का पूरा. So whatever be the population of this 104, उस 104 का more than 50 भी होना चाहिए. So दोनों fulfill होना चाहिए. Both conditions are fulfilled. So for example, it is very much possible. Suppose that 54 princely states have said yes to federation and 50 princely states have said no to federation. ठीक है? But can be there a possibility that इनका population 52%? हो सकता है. Obviously, it depends on the density कि कहाँ पे किस जगह पे है. So it could be possible. So the second clause that's why it was added कि दोनों conditions fulfill होना चाहिए. None of the conditions were fulfilled and as such federation was never created. So right. Mention. Provision number 1. It proposed the creation of all India Federation comprising of root provinces and states of India and 60 states of India. And dimension. The creation of federation was conditional. The creation of federation was conditional on the fulfillment of two criteria. Number 1, two criteria. Half of the princely states must give their consent. Half of the princely states must give their consent to join federation. Number 2, the aggregate population. Number 2, the aggregate population in the joining princely states. The aggregate population in the joining princely states must be more than 50%. Must be more than 50% of the total population. Must be more than 50% of the total population of princely states. Mention further. Since none of the criteria were fulfilled, federation never became operational. Okay. So this is what is about the first part. Now understand that there are other things which are there. So what about provincial autonomy then? So now diarchy was removed from the provinces. When was diarchy introduced? 1990. Okay. So diarchy was removed from the provinces and provincial autonomy was got to be provided. What does it mean? Means that if the election happens in the provinces, so the provincial chief minister, whether chief minister कोई word नहीं था उस time पे, instead of chief minister whatever using premier. Okay. So the premier of the state will be enjoying all the political powers. Okay. So all the important political powers, meaning that now there is a decentralization of the power, particularly in the provinces. So the provincial chief minister, whether chief minister कोई. Now diarchy was removed from the provinces. When was diarchy introduced? 1990. Okay. So diarchy was removed from the provinces and provincial autonomy was got to be provided. What does it mean? Meaning that if the election happens in the provinces, so the provincial chief minister, whether chief minister कोई word नहीं था उस time पे, instead of chief minister whatever using premier. Okay. So the premier of the state will be enjoying all the political powers. Okay. So all the important political powers, meaning that now there is a decentralization of the power, particularly in the provinces. Okay. So this is what they said. Now diarchy was introduced in the center. Okay. So वहाँ से तो हटा दिया, but center पे ये introduce कर दिया. And in center, so diarchy means okay. So diarchy. So this is what is about the first part. Now understand that there are other things which are there. So what about provincial autonomy? Okay. So now diarchy was removed from the provinces. When was diarchy introduced? 1990. Okay. So diarchy was removed from the provinces and provincial autonomy was got to be provided. What does it mean? Meaning that if the election happens in the provinces, so the provincial chief minister, whether chief minister कोई word नहीं था उस time पे, instead of chief minister whatever using premier. Okay. So the premier of the state will be enjoying all the political powers. Okay. So all the important political powers, meaning that now there is a decentralization of the power, particularly in the provinces. Okay. So this is what they said. Now diarchy was introduced in the center. Okay. So वहाँ से तो हटा दिया, but center पे ये introduce कर दिया. And in center, so diarchy means okay. So diarchy rule of the two, and here rule of the two. So one is the executive councillors, and so voice by executive council, and second is the voice by legislative council. वहाँ पे popular legislature थे, but यहाँ पे legislative council. So reserved subject with the executive council and transferred subject with the legislative council. So this is what it is. Then moreover, the other things which are there in this particular particular government of India in 1935, it has led the foundation of many of the institutions of the government of India. And what are those institutions? So it led to the creation of the Federal Bank of India, which now we call as the Supreme Court. Then then Federal Court of India, which is Supreme Court. Then RBI and UPSC also. So UPSC was known as the Federal Public Service Commission. Even state PSC in those times was known as Provincial Public Service Commission. So these all foundations were laid according to the 1935. So एक बार देखो. Mention करो, first you write bicameralism मैंने mention नहीं किया, एक सुन लो, okay? We mentioned in 1990 that bicameralism was introduced in the center. Now it was reconstituted, but the restructuring of the bicameral.
ஐயோ மாற்றி எழுதி வச்சுட்டேனே, இதுக்கு இதுவே இல்லையே போல அது. ஓகே, அந்த இதில் இருக்குதுன்னு பார்ப்போம்.
And the upper house was created with 260 seats, lower with 375, and upper May, out of the 260, 104 was given to the British state and 156 was given to the British ruled provinces. Bicameral legislation at center. Bicameral legislation at center was reconstituted. Mention. Upper house was created with 260 seats. 260 seats. 104 for British state, 156 for British ruled provinces. 156 for British ruled provinces. The next 100 lower house was created with 375 seats. 375 seats. But again, next diarchy was removed from provinces. And provincial autonomy was sought to be provided. Then mention further. Diarchy was introduced at center. Diarchy was introduced at center, whereby reserved subjects were to be managed by Viceroy, Executive Council, and transferred subjects by Viceroy Legislative Council. Okay. Then mention further. So Viceroy Legislative Council full stop. This act laid foundation of Federal Bank of India, bracket में RBI, Federal Court of India, Supreme Court, then RBI. 50% must be more than 50. Was removed from the provinces and provincial autonomy was not provided. What does it mean? Meaning that if the election happens in the provinces, so the provincial chief minister, कोई word नहीं होता है, instead of chief minister, they will use premier. Okay? So the premier of the state will be enjoying all the political powers. Okay? So all the political powers, meaning that now there is a decentralization of the power, particularly in the provinces. Okay? So this is what it is. Now diarchy was introduced in the center. Okay? So वहाँ से तो हटा दिया, but center पे ये introduce कर दिया. And in center, so diarchy means, okay? So diarchy rule of two, and here who will do? So one is the executive council, and so voice by executive council, and second is voice by legislative council. वहाँ पे popular legislature, ठीक है, but यहाँ पे legislative council. So reserved subject with the executive council and transferred subject with the legislative council. So this is what it is. Then more the other things which are there in this particular legend. Yeah, and in this, so diarchy means, okay? So diarchy rule of two, and here who will do? So one is the executive council, and so voice by executive council and state is the word legislative council. वहाँ पे popular research है, but यहाँ पे legislative council. So reserve the subject with the executive council and transfer subject with the legislative council. So this is what is there. Then moreover, the other things which are there in this particular particular government of India in 1935, it has led the foundation of many of the institutions of the government of India. And what are those institutions? So it led to the creation of the Federal Bank of India, which now we call as the Supreme Court. Then Federal Court of India, which is Supreme Court, then RBI and UPSC also. So UPSC was known as the Federal Public Service Commission. Even state PSC in those times was known as Provincial Public Service Commission. So these all foundations were laid according to the 1935. Take a look. Mention करो, first you write bicameralism मैंने mention किया, एक सुन लो, ठीक है? We mentioned in 1919 that bicameralism was introduced in the center. Now it was reconstituted. मतलब restructuring of the bicameralism happened, and the upper house was created with the 260 seats, lower with the 375, and upper में out of the 260, 104 was given to the British state and 156 was given to the British ruled provinces. Take a look. Bicameral legislation at center. The house was created with the 260 seats, lower with the 375, and upper में out of the 260, 104 was given to the British state and 156 was given to the British ruled provinces. Take a look. Bicameral legislation at center. Bicameral legislation at center was reconstituted 56 for British ruled provinces. 56 for British ruled provinces. Dimension. 100 foot. Lower house was created with 375 seats. 375 seats. Arrangement. Diarchy was removed from provinces. Diarchy was removed from provinces. And provincial autonomy was sought to be provided. Provincial autonomy was sought to be provided. Right? Then mention further. Diarchy was introduced at center. Next point. Diarchy was introduced at center, whereby reserved subjects were to be managed by Viceroy, Executive Council.
ஸோ அப்படின்னா இது எப்படி வரும், வராதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பாண்டிச்சேரிக்கு 30 சீட்டு தான், ஆனால் அது பாப்புலேஷன் ஓரளவுக்கு இருக்கும். அருணாச்சல் சீட் அதிகம். ஆமாம், இப்போ பாண்டிச்சேரி அதிகம் தான். கரெக்டு, இந்த இது கரெக்டு, இதுவும் கரெக்டு. இது தப்பு. மத்திய பிரதேஷ் தான் அதிக பாப்புலேஷன்ரா, அப்போ அதிக சீட் அதுதான் இருக்கும். அதிக சீட்டுமே அது அங்கே இருக்கலடா மத்திய பிரதேசில், அப்படின்னா எப்படி வரும்? சரி, இந்த பாயிண்ட் எனக்கு தெரியல. தேர்ட் பாயிண்ட். ஃபோர்த்து வந்து பாண்டிச்சேரிக்கு வந்துட்டு 30 சீட் தான் இருக்குது. இருக்கிறதுல கம்மி இந்தியாவில் அதுதான். ஆனால் அருணாச்சல் அதோட அதிகமாக இருக்குது, ஆனால் பாப்புலேஷன் கம்மி. ஸோ அப்போ அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா டோட்டல் நம்பர் ஆஃப் பாப்புலேஷன் டிவைட் பை சீட்ஸுங்கிற கணக்கில் பார்த்தோம்னா இது வந்துட்டு கம்மி தான் வரும். சரி, இந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் வந்துட்டு கரெக்டாக தான் வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ அப்போ கெஸ் பண்ணி போடுவோம், 2 மட்டும் போடுவோம், only 2. அடுத்தது என்னது? கன்சிடர் தி ஃபாலோயிங் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட். தி கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆஃப் இந்தியா கிளாசிஃபைஸ் தி மினிஸ்டர் இன்டு 4 ranks. கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆஃப் இந்தியா கிளாசிஃபை பண்ணுதா? ஆமாம், கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவை கிளாசிஃபை பண்ணுது. கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆஃப் இந்தியா கிளாசிஃபைஸ் மினிஸ்டர் இன்டு 4 ranks. கவுன்சில் தெரியும், கேபினட் அதில் இருக்குது. மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃப் ஸ்டேட் இண்டிபெண்டன்ட் சார்ஜ். இன்க்ளூடிங் தி பிஎம் நாடு. இது கரெக்டு தான். எனக்கு இது என்னடா சீரியஸாக மறந்து போச்சு. இது எதாவது படித்தோம். சரி, அப்போ எந்த ஆர்டிக்கிள் இது கிளாஸிஃபை பண்ணுது? அப்படி எந்த ஆர்டிக்கிளையுமே பண்ணலை, அப்புறம் எப்படி வந்துட்டு இது இதாகும்? அப்போ இது வரது அட்டார்னி ஜெனரல் ஆஃப் இந்தியா, சொலிசிட்டர் ஜெனரல் ஆஃப் இந்தியா, தி ஒன்லி ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி கவர்மெண்ட் ஹூ ஆர் allowed to participate in the meeting of the Parliament of India. நம்ம அட்டார்னி ஜெனரலும் அட்வொகேட் ஜெனரலும், சொலிசிட்டர்லாம் கிடையாது. தூங்காதே. According to the Constitution of India, the Attorney General summons the resignation of the government. அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது, அதெல்லாம் கொடுக்கவே இல்லை. இவருக்கு டேர்ம் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் எதுவுமே இல்லை. இவர் ஆனால் இதுக்கான குவாலிஃபைட் டு பி இது மேலே இருப்பவருக்கு வந்துட்டு சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் ஜட்ஜி, அவ்வளோதான். கான்ஸ்டியூஷன் அப்படிலாம் கொடுக்கல. அடுத்த வாரம் கவர்மெண்ட் இவங்க ஆளை மாற்றிடுவாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அதனால் வந்துட்டு இது ரெண்டுமே தப்பு. The reference to the union government, consider the following statements. N. Gopalasamy Iyengar committee suggests that the ministry and the secretary must be resigned solely for pursuing the subject of administrative reform. Iyengar committee என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க? மினிஸ்டர் அண்ட் செக்ரட்டரி பி designated solely for pursuing the subject of administrative reform. Okay. கரெக்டு தான், இது கரெக்டு தான். சரி, ஐயங்கார் கமிட்டியை விட்டுருவோம். மினிஸ்டர் அண்ட் செக்ரட்டரி பி சோல் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிள் ஃபார் பர்சிங் தி சப்ஜெக்ட் ஆஃப் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டிவ் ரிஃபார்ம் அண்ட் ப்ரமோட்டிங் இட். ஆமாம், ஒரு மினிஸ்டர் தான் அந்த அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் இது பண்ணுறதுக்கு இது பண்ணுவார். ஸோ போத் போட்டு விட்டுருவோம். At the national level, which ministry is the nodal agency to ensure effective implementation of the scheduled tribe and OTD Act. சூப்பர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இது எப்படின்னா ஷெட்யூல்டு ட்ரைப்ஸும் அட்வல் ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் டோலர்ஸ் அதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆக்ட். இது வந்துட்டு இவங்க நினைக்கிறேன் மினிஸ்டர் ட்ரைபல் அஃபேர்ஸ். The President of India can summon a session of the President in Parliament not affected by he thinks fit. Okay. Constitution of India provides for 3 sessions of the Parliament. தப்பு. There is no minimum number of days that the parliament is required to meet in a session. ஓ, இது நல்ல கேள்வி. இது மினிமம் நம்பர் ஆஃப் டேஸ் வந்து அட்லீஸ்ட் இவ்வளோ வந்து இது பண்ணுமா? அதெல்லாம் கொடுக்கவே கிடையாது. கரெக்ட். 28 days மது சொல்லு. அது சொல்லுங்க. அது சொல்லு. சொல்லுங்க மது. என்னடா இது இன்னும் அவனுக்கு அந்த வைக்கணும். சரி வந்துருச்சு. 191 அந்த பேஜ் நம்பர் இருந்துச்சு. ஆமாம் சரி, எங்கள் வீட்டு 16 இருக்குது. இங்கே இருக்கும் 16. யூனியன் எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் அண்ட் ஸ்டேட் எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கோம் நம்ம. சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் 1974 சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. கரெக்டு. ஓகே, அடுத்து போலாம். தப்பாக இருக்கீங்க. பிஇ மட்டும்தான். என்னது? ஆமாம், கரெக்டு. இது ஆர்டிகல் 355 படித்த கரெக்டாக பக்குன்னு சொல்ல ட்ரை பண்ணோம். டியூட்டி ஆஃப் தி யூனியன் டு ப்ரொடெக்ட் எவ்ரி ஸ்டேட் ஃப்ரம் எக்ஸ்டர்னல் அண்ட் இன்டர்னல் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ். ஆமாம், ஆர்டிகல் 22 படி இதுவும் கரெக்டு தான். நமக்கு வந்து இது பண்ண முடியாது. ரீசனபிள் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் இருக்குது. ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் அகேன்ஸ்ட் ஹராஸ்மெண்ட் நான் பர்சனல் no person shall be detained in custody without being informed so as soon as may be granted the arrest shall be denied the right of counsel defended by legal petitioner. Okay, every person who is arrested and detained in custody shall provide before the nearest magistrate 24 hours of excluding the time necessary for the journey from place of arrest to court. The magistrate no such person beyond such period without the authority of a magistrate. Nothing in this class 1 2 shall apply to any persons for the time being in any alien and detained under any law for detention. இத்தனை கணக்கு போட்டோம், அதெல்லாம் தப்பாக போயிடுச்சு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் தப்பு நம்ம கன்ஃபார்ம் தெரியும். செகண்ட் ஒன்று தப்பு நம்ம கரெக்டாக தெரியும். கரெக்டாக தான் போட்டிருக்கோம். 50,000 இதை முன்னாடியே படிச்சிருக்கேன். கரெக்டு திருப்பி எழுதிட்டு கூடாது. கேரளா தான் அதிகமாமா. ஏன்னா டோட்டல் பாப்புலேஷன் வந்து அதிகம். பாப்புலேஷன் வந்துட்டு இங்கே அதிகம் கேரளாவில். ஐ மீன் வந்துட்டு ஓட்டு போடுறதுக்கும் அந்த இது கம்பேர் பண்ணி சீட்டுக்கும் நான் பாப்புலேஷனுக்கும் கம்பேர் பண்ணும்போது. ஓ, பாப்புலேஷன் டு எலக்டிவ் சீட் ரேஷியோ வந்துட்டு அதிகம். ஆமாம், அருணாச்சல் பிரதேஷ் வந்துட்டு கம்மின்னு தெரியும் நமக்கு. 8 தான் இருக்காமா அருணாச்சல் பிரதேஷில். வேல்யூ வந்துட்டு 16. சும்மா தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுக்க வேண்டியதான். அப்பா சாமி, 4th ஒன் கரெக்டு தான். ஃபிஃப்த் ஒன்று நெய்தர் தானே. ஆமாம், ஃபிஃப்த் ஒன்று கரெக்டு தான். நெய்தர். ஆப்ரேஷன் மெயின்டெனன்ஸ். அதான் கழுத்து வலிக்குது. இது எப்படா சாப்பாடுன்னு convenient transaction state பண்ணணும் and for allocation among ministers of the state of the said business insofar as it தூக்க வர மாதிரி ஒரு டீ போட்டு வந்து போமா டைம் என்னச்சு டீ வேணுமா எப்போ வைப்பீங்க சரிம்மா வச்சுருங்க சரிம்மா ஓகேம்மா Okay. Application of the Ministry of the said business insofar as its business with respect to insofar as it is not business with respect to which the governor is by or under this constitution required to act in his discretion, hence making the okay. அதாவது டிஓ டிரான்சாக்ஷன் பிஸ்னஸ் ரூல்ஸ் வந்துட்டு ஒரு கவர்னர் வந்துட்டு பண்ணி கொடுத்துடணும் சரியா கன்வீனியன்ட் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் வந்து பண்ணி கொடுத்துடணும் எக்ஸப்ட் வந்துட்டு சில வேலை வந்துட்டு அவர் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷனில் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறத தவிர இந்த வேலையெல்லாம் பண்ணி கொடுத்துடணும் ஸோ மேக்கிங் த ரூல்ஸ் டு கண்டக்ட் த பிஸ்னஸ் ஆஃப் தி ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் அதான் கன்வீனியன்ட் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் ரூல்ஸ் ஃபார் மோர் கன்வீனியன்ட் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் அதனால வந்துட்டு அதெல்லாம் அவர் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும் கரெக்டாக ஸோ அது கவர்னரோட பொறுப்பு தான் சரி ஸோ என்னது பெண்டிங் த மினிஸ்டர் வந்து அவரோட டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் கிடையாது நாலே விஷயத்தில் மட்டும்தான் அவருக்கு டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் என்னென்னா இஃப் நோ பார்ட்டி கெட்ஸ் அன் அப்சல்யூட் மெஜாரிட்டி த கவர்னர் ஹேஸ் இன் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் during an emergency he can override the advisor consideration such as agent of the state இப்போ எப்போலாம் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷனரி பவர் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு ஓகே இந்த 4 விஷயத்துக்காக வந்துட்டு டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் பவர் வந்துட்டு யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் ஓகே My life is just okay. இதை படித்தாலே தெரியும் ஸோ இது கரெக்ட் தான் 3 அடுத்தது என்னது டி ஆனால் தப்பாக படிச்சுட்ருக்கேன் பிவிக்யூ கூட என்ன கொடுத்துருக்காங்க வித் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் டு தி கவர்மெண்ட் கன்சிடர் தி ஃபாலோயிங் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ஸ் சரி ஓகே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் தப்பு. செகண்ட் ஒன்று டைரக்ட்லி அண்டர் தி பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் கேபினட் செக்ரட்டரியேட். வைஸ் பிரசிடென்ட் தான் தெரியும். அல்டிமேட் அடுத்தது டி. ஹைகோர்ட்டுக்கு என்ன கிடையாது, அட்வைசரி ஜூரிஸ்டிக்ஷன் வந்து கிடையாது. கரெக்டு. அப்பீலேட் இருக்கு, ஒரிஜினல் இருக்கு. ஒரிஜினல் ஜூரிஸ்டிக்ஷன் இருக்கு, இது இருக்குது. ஏன்னா எம்எல்ஏவோட எலெக்ஷன் இதெல்லாம் எம்பி எலெக்ஷன் இதுதான் பண்ணணும். கரெக்டு தான் நம்ம பண்ணது. கவர்னர் தப்பு, இதுவும் தப்பு. இதுன்ட்டு கவர்னர் தான் இது பண்ணுவார், அப்பாயின்ட் பண்ணுவார். ஸோ இது வந்து இது கரெக்டு. அடுத்து வந்துட்டு 19 யூனியன் கவர்மெண்ட். Ministries or departments of government are delegated by the president. தப்பு. On the advice of the PM. Allocation of business rules. இது allocation of government of allocation of GOI allocation of business rules. இந்த ரூல்ஸில் தான் இவருக்கும் வேலை கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இது கேபினட் செக்ரட்டரிக்கு. ஸோ வந்துட்டு இது வந்துட்டு யாரும் கிடையாது, பிரசிடென்ட் ஆன் அட்வைஸ் ஆஃப் பிஎம். ஸோ இதுதான் மேட்டர். பட் ஆமாடா, மினிஸ்டர்ஸ் வந்துட்டு இவர் தானடா இது பண்ணுவார். Ministries PM recommend allocations to ministries. President formalizes these appointment. So option B தான் வரும். Spend input of whom among the following ranks the highest in order of precedence. Governor of the state. கவர்னர் இருக்கிறது தான் ஃபார்மர் பிரசிடென்சி. இது கான்செப்டில் இருக்கிறது தெரியும். இது சி. அட்டார்னி ஜெனரல். தப்பு ஏதான் வரும். பிரசிடென்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா தான் கரெக்டு. கரெக்ட் தான். இதில் யார் ஃபஸ்ட்டு? சீஃப் ஜஸ்டிஸ் ஆஃப் இந்தியா, செகண்ட் யூனியன் கேபினட் மினிஸ்டர், தேர்ட் சீஃப் கேபினட் செக்ரட்டரி. கேபினட் செக்ரட்டரி வந்துட்டு 11th பொசிஷன். அட்டார்னி ஜெனரல்னா ப்ரெஷர் ஆஃப் பிரசிடென்ட் தெரியும். ஆமாம், ராஜ்யசபா வந்துட்டு நோ கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் மோஷன் வந்து இது பண்ண முடியாது. அதுக்கு இவ்வளோதான் அர்த்தம். சி. ஆமாம், யார் வந்துட்டு எந்த மினிஸ்டர் இருக்குன்ட்டு இவருக்கு வந்து ஃபுல் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் இருக்குது. பிரசிடென்ட்டுக்கு யாரோட அட்வைஸும் கேட்கணும்னு அவசியமே கிடையாது. பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் கரெக்டாக பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர். ஓகே, 27B தெரியும். மெஜாரிட்டி லாஸ்ட் ஆச்சுன்னா அது வந்துட்டு ரெசைன் பண்ணுறது வந்துட்டு இதுதான், இது கன்வென்ஷன். ஆமாம், 1969 நடந்துச்சு. அப்போ ஒரு ஆக்ட் போட்டு இருக்குனாங்க. இமேஜ் இதுக்கு ஆன்சர் பார்த்து மட்டும் போய்க்கும். According to 280, option C is correct. அடச்ச, இந்த மேட்ரை மறந்துட்டமே. யூனியன் டெரிட்டரிங்கிறத டெல்லிக்கு அவர் தானடா பண்ணுவார். கரெக்டு தான். இது வந்து பிரசிடென்ட் ஜெயில் சிங் வந்துட்டு இது பண்ணியிருப்பாரு, பாக்கெட் வீட்டை வந்து எக்ஸைஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பாரு. கரெக்ட். அது வந்துட்டு ஃப்ரீடம் ஆஃப் ப்ரெஸ் ஜெயில் சிங். வந்துட்டேன். இட்ஸ் ஓகே, பிரேக் டைம்.